Good morning and welcome to the January 23rd, 2021 County Board meeting. We have Vice Chair Katie Crystal, Board Member Libby Garvey, Board Member Christian Dorsey, Board Member Takis Karantonis, and I'll serve as your Chair, Matt DeFranti. Since the board last met 11 days ago, we have a new president who has signed 14 executive orders to work to combat the coronavirus. It's a new beginning in the midst of a once-in-a-century pandemic. Our community, like our country, is right in the middle of the hardest part of this fight against this deadly disease. We will address COVID-19 response shortly. First, a few logistics related to today's meeting. We are operating virtually, so as part of Virginia law, we must go ahead and pass a resolution enabling us to hold this meeting remotely. So I'll just read a couple of the recitals. They're also known as whereas clauses for those at home. Whereas on March 12th, 2020, the governor of Virginia declared a state of emergency in Virginia in response to the spread of novel coronavirus or COVID-19, a communicable disease of public health threat as so declared by the state health commissioner on February 7th, 2020. And whereas on March 13th, the county manager of Arlington County declared a local emergency to enable the county to respond to the public health threat posed by COVID-19, which local emergency declaration was consented to by the county board of Arlington County on March 14th, 2020. Whereas there are a number of executive orders, Executive Order 53, 55, and 67, among others, by the governor of Virginia, designed to ensure safe physical distancing between individuals, restricted public and private in-person gatherings to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 and prevent its spread. There are a couple of additional recitals, whereas clauses that we have mentioned, and then we come to a resolved clause, which says, now therefore be it resolved that the County Board of Arlington County, Virginia hereby finds that the nature of the declared emergency makes it both impracticable and unsafe for the board to assemble in a single location on January 23rd, today, and January 26th, 2021, to discuss and transact the business of the county listed on the January 23rd County Board meeting agenda. Be it further resolved, the County Board hereby finds that the items on the January 23rd, 2021 County Board meeting agenda are statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the county government and the discharge of the County Board's lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. And last, be it further resolved that the County Board hereby finds that the items on the January 23rd, 2021 County Board meeting agenda are encompassed within the continuity of operations ordinance adopted on May 19th, 2020, and thereafter amended as matters necessary to address the disaster posed by the public health emergency resulting from COVID-19 and matters essential to the continued operation of county government. We will need to do a vote. So I will go ahead and make the motion on the resolution that I just read, and I'll be open for a second.
Second by Christian Dorsey.
Great, thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And we will go ahead and ask for the votes. Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFranti votes aye as well. That resolution is adopted unanimously, 5-0. And we can now proceed with a couple of logistics related to the meeting. We'll start with public comment and then move to our consent agenda and 3 regular hearing items. We'll take up our vaccination response later this morning in our regular hearing because our work on vaccines is one of the 3 regular hearing items. For those interested in speaking on that item, please check in with our clerk and then you can join us shortly this morning. We will take up vaccines no earlier than 10 a.m. So if you want to get breakfast, tea, or coffee, go ahead. For those who have joined us electronically to speak this morning, please keep your phones and devices muted until you are called on to speak. The moderator can mute you but cannot unmute you. If you are calling in by phone, press *6 to unmute. If you are using a computer browser or app, click the microphone button on the toolbar. Board members will only be able to hear you. We won't be able to see you. Please remember to turn off the sound to any device around you and listen to the meeting only through your device. Please listen for the tone to indicate that your speaking time has expired. After speaking, you may exit the call and continue to participate in the meeting via the live stream online or cable channels Comcast 25 and 1085 and Verizon Fios channel 39 and 40. A Spanish language interpreter, I believe, is on the line for the public comment period portion of the meeting only. Could our interpreter introduce themselves in English and Spanish, please?
Good morning, everyone. The Spanish interpreter, my name is Laura Castro. Buenos días a todos. Soy la intérprete de español. Mi nombre es Laura Castro.
Thank you, gracias, Ms. Castro. With that, we are ready to hear from our public comment speakers. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first two public comment speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is William Young, followed by Katie Sunderland.
Mr. Young.
I'm a former E2C2 commissioner. A significant number of cars and motorcycles on county roads have been illegally modified to make noise far in excess of what is permitted under Arlington County regulations. These vehicles go by at all hours of the day and night, and the problem is getting worse. Last year, the European Environmental Agency issued a report which said the following: 1 in 5 Europeans is exposed to harmful levels of noise pollution, and this number is set to rise in the next decade, with road traffic the biggest culprit. Excessive noise can cause physical and mental illness and is associated with higher levels of heart disease, stress, and sleeplessness. Across Europe, an estimated 113 million people are affected by road traffic noise above 55 decibels, the threshold at which noise becomes harmful to human health by the World Health Organization's definition. I'm quoting a European study because the U.S. hasn't had a functioning EPA for the past 4 years. Arlington's allowable level for vehicle noise is many times higher than the WHO standard, but the county is still not enforcing it. This is a serious public health issue, but the county has treated it as a minor noise complaint. Don't blame COVID for your inaction. Before COVID, I requested that the county enforce existing regulations, and I even met with a board member, but nothing has been done. Don't say further discussion is needed. The regulation already exists. This is an enforcement issue. If environmental regulations are in place to protect Arlingtonians, the board and the police should not be able to unilaterally decide not to enforce them. You're sending a message that if people violate certain environmental regulations, the county doesn't care. You can't do anything about airplane and helicopter noise, but you can immediately do something about illegal car and motorcycle noise. Adults are getting sick. Children are getting sick, so please stop making excuses, stop ignoring the science, and start telling the police to enforce the law. Thank you, and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mr. Young. We will, as is our practice, we'll respond to your comment and all of the public comments this morning after the last person has spoken. So we'll go to our next.
Thank you.
Sure. And so stay on and listen and go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Katie Sunderland, followed by Audrey Clement.
Ms. Sunderland, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm speaking today about the vaccine rollout. My children attend the First Baptist Church of Clarendon Child Development Center, CDC as we call it. This is one of the largest child care centers in the county, and the teachers have been working in person since June. They work in a very intimate setting, as it is much harder to maintain distancing and masking requirements at such young ages. And like other child care workers, many of them are low income for this area, more likely to be living in intergenerational housing, and less likely to have adequate health insurance. I am so grateful to everyone at CDC for caring for my children so that my husband and I can keep our jobs. I was so relieved when I learned that Arlington entered Phase 1B, which permits teachers and child care workers to be vaccinated. My elation soon turned to fury, however, when I learned that CDC employees still had not received vaccine appointments. Shockingly, the school followed up with the Department of Health and were told it could be weeks or months until their vaccinations could even be scheduled. And I was horrified to learn that this was not an isolated incident of bureaucratic oversight. For example, currently, APS, Arlington Public Schools, only has level 1 staff working in person at schools to assist special needs children, and many of them have not been vaccinated either. This week, Dr. Duran confirmed that APS is not permitted to prioritize staff currently working in person because the county's policy is that all teachers and child care workers be able to receive the vaccine without regard to in-person teaching status. How can we possibly justify this callous indifference towards the health and safety of our most vital and vulnerable workers who never stopped working during this pandemic in favor of a policy of neutrality that disproportionately benefits those who continue to work from home? Is this what equity looks like in Arlington, especially when vaccine is in short supply? I implore you to immediately prioritize teachers and child care workers who are currently working in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sunderland. As I mentioned to Mr. Young, we will address your questions at the end once all folks have spoken, but thank you very much for coming. Next speaker, go ahead, Ms. Clement.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. I'm disturbed that the county has not only declined to consider alternatives to clear cutting and stream bed leveling to address erosion along Donaldson Run Tributary B. It has ignored an alternatives analysis for Tributary B prepared by Dr. John Field, one of the nation's foremost fluvial geomorphologists or river scientists. Here are excerpts from his concluding remarks. Quote, natural channel design is an appealing approach to stream restoration, as it promises to put an end to bank erosion, poor water quality, and degraded habitat by simply creating a channel that mimics the size and pattern of a channel expected to form in an unaltered watershed. Unfortunately, the proposed design channel for Donaldson Run Tributary B will more efficiently transport sediment downstream towards the Chesapeake Bay, counter to the project's intent. Increasing the slope and narrowing the width of the channel will make it unstable. Over time, likely within the first 10 years of construction, the design channel will begin to unravel during a large flood or unexpected event that clogs the channel. Once the armor layer of rock and boulders in the design channel is weakened, outflanked, or bypassed entirely, the channel will adjust relatively rapidly to reestablish itself. Consequently, any short-term improvements in bank stability, water quality, and aquatic habitat will prove unsustainable. A process-based restoration approach using wood can avoid many of the pitfalls of the traditional natural channel design approach. By adding wood rather than completely realigning the channel, the project can achieve its goals with less of a short-term and long-term impact and a greatly reduced cost. And I myself would like to emphasize the importance of the latter at this particular time where the county is facing significant budget shortfalls. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, I believe, is Mr. Dickinson.
Our next speaker is Tom Dickinson, followed by Carrie Thompson.
Mr. Dickinson?
Okay. Chair DeFerranti, Mr. Dickinson was having some issues joining us, so we will check in on him and try to circle back.
Sounds good, thanks. I guess Ms. Thompson is next. Ms.
Good
Thompson?
morning. I'm here this morning. Good morning. I'm here this morning on behalf of Eco Action Arlington to comment on the draft Community Energy Plan implementation framework. I'll make 3 points. One, that this topic is of high importance and cross-cutting in nature and therefore needs to be managed from the very top of the county government. 2, given its importance, the time for public education and comment on this framework must be extended. And 3, the framework needs to be restructured to show a clear-cut pathway to carbon neutrality by 2050. Let me return to my first point. One might assume, since energy appears in its title, that the CEP is just one of many county sector plans. Yet its ultimate goal is to address the existential crisis of our time, climate change, by helping Arlington become a carbon neutral community by 2050. As addressing climate change necessarily involves all of a society's activities to be managed effectively, this issue must be elevated above a single technical office. EcoAction therefore recommends the county approach this issue and the review of the framework as a whole of government effort and appoint a high-level coordinator to ensure climate concerns are integrated throughout all county programs and operations, as neighboring jurisdictions have done. Second, as this issue is critical and cross-cutting, the public really needs more time to learn about and weigh in on the framework. The document was only just released to the public for narrowly defined comment before the holidays, and as only 2 one-hour public engagements are offered before the February 1 deadline, EcoAction asks that the date be extended and more opportunities for learning and engagement be offered, including as implementation progresses. Third and final point, in our view, the framework as written fails to provide a clear roadmap to achieve the set goals. We suggest it be restructured to focus in laser-like fashion on those activities that will most effectively reduce carbon emissions in Arlington. We have prepared a letter with our recommendations in this regard and will send it to the county shortly. Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. As I mentioned, we will address your comments along with the others after our last speaker, which I believe there are 5 more public speakers.
Okay, we will move on to Angela Dickey, followed by Ashley Douglas.
Ms. Dickey.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Angela Dickey, and I'm representing the Arlington Tree Action Group. For years, ATAG has campaigned for the authority for the county to protect trees. For years, board members have said, we can't, our hands are tied by Richmond. Last week in Richmond, legislation was introduced to increase authority of jurisdictions to protect trees in the form of House Bill 2042. Senate Corollary Bill 1393 will be taken up this Monday. These bills focus on protecting trees to comply with stormwater permit requirements, mitigate local flooding, and ameliorate urban heat island effects in formerly redlined areas. We applaud the Northern Virginia delegates and senators who endorsed the bills, and we ask, where do Arlington officials stand? Now that Richmond is ready to act to protect trees, what does the board say? Officials from jurisdictions including Norfolk, Hampton, and Lynchburg are proactively supporting these bills. Where are Arlington officials? The mayor of Richmond is one of 54 signatories to a letter endorsing 2042. The letter underscores the bill is both about environment and environmental justice. It includes ameliorating urban heat island effects in formerly redlined areas. Where do Arlington officials stand? The board no longer has Richmond to blame for inaction on trees. There is still time to act by signing up to testify at the Senate Local Government Committee considering SB 1393 on Monday morning at 9 a.m. I will send you the link. Please explain Arlington's stance on this tree legislation. The county can't hide behind delegates and senators. The county itself needs to take a position. What is your position? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickey. I believe, Madam Clerk, is it Ms. Douglas next? Ashley Douglas?
Yes, hi. Ashley Douglas. Good morning, members of the Arlington County Board. I didn't write a formal script for my 2 minutes, and I've spoken to some of you about this before, but I just wanted to raise some issues in the proposed residential parking permit program. I would like to say that there are some really good items in there, and I'm happy that you are looking at the program in terms of making sure it's more fair and equitable. And I think having teachers have permits, allowing townhomes and other small buildings to be able to have permits is an appropriate change that the board should be considering. What I am strongly opposed to, and I would say most of my neighbors, I'm in Aurora Highlands, we are strongly opposed to any form of paid parking in our neighborhood. We feel like this is an unnecessary proposal by the board. We have asked Stephen Krim several times and asked him to come to our civic association, which he has declined to respond, as to why the county thinks that we need paid parking in our neighborhood, particularly when we abut the airport, we abut Crystal City, and we're already overrun with traffic as it is in our neighborhood. And so I think there's going to be items where we fundamentally disagree, and that's fine. We've had discussions on allowable permits, and I think that's an area where we agree to disagree. But the county, and particularly Mr. Krim, has refused to answer the question of why we need paid parking when we abut the airport and commercial spaces that already have parking. And we think it's an unnecessary move and will be extremely detrimental to the neighborhoods that have the parking program in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Douglas. We'll have
Okay,
response as well afterwards. Go ahead, Madam
Chair
Clerk.
DeFerranti, I have Tom Dickinson on the line, so we will go back
Sure,
up to
Mr.
him.
Dickinson, go ahead.
Hold on one moment. Okay, Mr. Dickinson?
Yeah.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the County Board. The
Good morning.
AGLRB will vote at its meeting next week to approve a recommendation of local historic district designation of the February Lothrop Rouse Estate. I ask you to immediately place this issue on your next meeting agenda so that you can vote to affirm historic district designation. This is a once and forever opportunity. Now is your chance to preserve an indisputably historic site that predates the Civil War and which was an integral part of Arlington's critical role as the last line of defense against this national insurrection. I spoke yesterday for 40 minutes with a local, reputable, preservation-oriented builder-developer who is eager to engage with the county, the owner, and all stakeholders. We are hopeful that a coalition can be formed that will produce results satisfactory to all parties. This gentleman will be in touch with you soon. Yesterday, I sent you a letter with 5 attachments, including a petition signed by over 1,160 people, almost all of them Arlington residents. This is the closest thing you have to indicate the true will of the people in this matter. It requests that you act immediately to preserve and protect this site by expediting and approving its local historic district designation. There is widespread support in the county to preserve some or all of this historic site. I submitted the application for historic designation almost a year ago. This has now become a very urgent matter. A week ago, demolition of the property started without an approved permit in violation of county code. Therefore, I urge you to approve historic district designation immediately upon referral from the HALRB. I would like to thank Chairman DeFerranti and Member Karen Tonis for their support and for meeting with us online the day the demolition started and acting promptly to issue a stop work order. However, only your approval of historic district designation will prevent a restart demolition. While all of you are rightly focused on the future of Arlington County, the eyes of history are firmly fixed on you. History will look at you with respect, and she will be kind to your legacy as leaders of the county if you act now to preserve, protect, and defend her in this unique opportunity. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Dickinson. We'll respond once we finish with all the speakers.
Our next speaker is Renee Costales. Mr. Costales, followed by Jim Harris.
Good morning. I speak to you as the volunteer local coordinator of AARP tax aid operation that has operated in the last many years in the Columbia Pike Branch Library. 3 days a week, providing with the work of 20-some volunteers, more than 1,000 income tax returns for the low-income minority community and senior citizens that we serve. As you know, the library is closed and we do not know what the plans for reopening are. So we are in dire need of a location to be able to provide our services. The AARP tax aid operation can work on a drop-off model with minimum contact and with scanners and other techniques using all of the Arlington County public health guidelines. We have been seeking a room and the ability to use some community centers, and we have been talking to churches and fire stations, which is the mode of operation in other counties. We are hereby requesting your attention to find us a place to be able to provide this service in the upcoming tax season. The IRS has already indicated some delay in starting the season to February the 12th, and they have not indicated extension of the April 15 deadline. So I urge your support in helping us find an appropriate place. Library personnel recommended that we try to contact the Walter Reed Community Center, and this is where a place is being used for vaccination, so this could be a possibility. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Costales. We have your, sorry, Madam Clerk, we have your contact information. If you'll just hang on a few minutes, we'll respond, but want to make sure we have your contact information to be able to follow up. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Our last speaker is Jim Hurris.
Mr. Hurris. Mr. Hurris?
Mr. Hurris, if you're there, please remember to *6 to unmute. Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead,
Can you hear
Mr.
me now?
Hurris. Yes.
Okay. What a difference a year makes. Last January, Congress was debating President Trump's impeachment. Today, Congress is debating former President Trump's impeachment. While our two-party Congress has deteriorated into political tribalism, Virginia and Arlington are experiencing a worsening public health emergency from CV-19. Where is the CV vaccine? How many vaccinations are already given? Who are being vaccinated? Who are not being vaccinated? How many doses of the vaccine are being stored, and where and why? Virginia's governor is a physician who's practiced medicine in Virginia for almost 30 years. We've had one political party controlling the Commonwealth for several years. Why the delays and confusion over vaccination? It gets worse. Although little is known about how CV-19 mutates, the county board continues massive infill redevelopment that includes social crowding, whether from PDSPs in Crystal City or missing middle in still suburban neighborhoods. How rational and responsible is that? Like many longtime independent voters, I am looking for an end to political tribalism coupled with codependency and abuse practiced by the political parties. Time is overdue to elect independents to the county board and school board starting in November. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurris. Okay, I believe is that our last speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is.
Great, then we will go through our speakers in order and provide, just address each of the comments. I'll start and then open it to colleagues on each item if there are questions or thoughts from colleagues. Mr. Young came in and raised, I also may, in the course of these, Mr. Manager, the county manager is aware that there are some issues I may ask for him to address in addition. And this is one such issue. It's Mr. Young came in concerned with noise on our streets and enforcement. And I guess the first thought I have is I'll ask for forgiveness after just taking a moment. Many Arlingtonians were very concerned about safety in the lead up to the inauguration of our new president this week. I'm very pleased that Arlington stayed safe, and I think it's important just to take a second to thank our public safety for all of the work that our professionals in the fire department actually, as well as, of course, the police department and the sheriff's department. So a big thank you there. And then with respect to the specific concerns raised here, I think it's a question of resources towards enforcement. And I'm mindful, I agree that there's this can be harmful, but I want to give the manager an opportunity to add any context to this with respect to enforcement. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there is a noise control ordinance, and I'll be direct with everybody. It is not the best way to regulate the conduct that we're involved in here, because the police can issue the violations. They need to be able to measure the decibel reading contemporaneously, and I have to tell you that our police resources aren't sufficient to do that. And the best place to address the exhaust system issue is through the inspection process done by the Commonwealth. And that's really where it needs to be done. And so as much as it may frustrate people, with the limited police resources we have when it comes to traffic safety, and we'll be talking a lot about Vision Zero and our approaches there, our resources, which I think are limited in that area, are going to be focused on pedestrian and traffic safety. So I know that's not the answer that people want to hear, but that is sort of where our priorities lie, leaving aside what I touched on earlier, which it's virtually impossible for us to enforce it because we need a contemporaneous observation of the problem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. I appreciate you putting this in better context and clearer. This is something, when you think about all of the challenges we are facing, there's the health impacts, and I know Mr. Young might not agree in total, but I do feel it important to note that the health impacts of COVID and some of our public safety work are relevant for me, at least. So thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you, Mr. Young, for joining us. Colleagues, any comments on this one? I see Ms. Crystal and Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Crystal.
If I could just ask a question very quickly. This may be for a manager, this may be something that needs some follow-up. Given that it is illegal, I believe, to remove your muffler or to have an exhaust system that produces this noise, which I know well, this is a recurring problem in my own neighborhood, as our listserv will attest. Is that something that our officers can ticket, an illegal modification of the vehicle? Or is it only possible to bring attention to that illegal activity, that illegal modification of the vehicle during the inspection process, which is handled at the state level? Do you know, or is that something I need to follow up with our county attorney on?
I'm going to ask, I do not know. Ben Aiken is also here, and I know he's handled some of these questions. I don't know that specific question. Maybe Mr. McIsaac or Mr. Aiken can add.
Well, I don't need to put anybody on the spot, but I do wonder if that potentially could be a different way to tackle this issue. I think you articulated well why capturing a contemporaneous measure of the sound and trying to enforce it is nigh impossible. But maybe if there's a different way to tackle this through the state prohibition, which I know our officers are generally empowered to enforce.
Ms. Crystal, Ben Aiken, just wanted to mention, as Mr. Manager just did, that we can and do issue violations under that state statute. I don't have the statute in front of me, but I've been told by police when I've answered this question on multiple occasions that they do and can issue violations. It basically, the code addresses exhaust systems in good condition. And if they pull a vehicle over and it's an egregious, obviously like an egregious situation where they can tell that a vehicle's been modified, they can issue violations, and they do.
That's really helpful. Thank you for sharing that.
Great. I think Mr. Karantonis and then Mr. Dorsey.
Mr. Chair, I actually wanted to ask exactly the same thing like Ms. Crystal. I mean, the mentioned European enforcement is basically based on illegal modifications of the vehicle, and there are many of them. A heavy Harley Davidson wouldn't make it through. It would be a constant violation. So that's where, and maybe this is an issue for our General Assembly at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Dorsey, and then Ms. Garvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Picking up where Mr. Karantonis left off, this is actually absolutely an issue for the General Assembly, unfortunately, and I want to underscore where Mr. Schwartz began. This is not even really a matter of resource allocation for police. The need for them to contemporaneously observe the violation, have a noise meter to record it, and then to take appropriate action means that it's virtually impossible that we were going to be able to deal with the situation that Mr. Young described. I remember from my time as chair, and probably others have as well, getting deep into the weeds on this issue. And, functionally, without a statewide prohibition or standards to this effect, what it effectively means is that each jurisdiction is functionally powerless to handle it, because even if we were ultimately able to track the vehicle to a residence in a particular jurisdiction, it would then be up to that jurisdiction to deal with it. And as you well know, cars are mobile, and we have no way of knowing whether or not the cars that are prodigious violators of this are cars that are domiciled in Arlington. So this is just to underscore that this is a state issue to provide the localities the means to deal with it.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Appreciated that context. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I won't repeat everything that's been said, but I will invite, Mr. Young, I believe I was the board member he spoke with. I've known Mr. Young for quite a number of years, and I would like to invite him and any others, because this answer has been provided a number of times. And I think we're starting to develop a list of General Assembly items, which I think we do every meeting. And I think going to the General Assembly is a great idea. But if anybody's got an idea about how we can enforce noise when it requires a policeman, an officer, to be there with a sound measuring machine at exactly the time the person happens to go right by where they are, and how we could do that throughout the county, I mean, we'd be happy to hear it. So if you've got suggestions on how we might do it, what we've done is laid out why it's difficult, and our plan to go and talk to, I think, to the General Assembly and see about better inspection is a great idea. But if they've got other ideas, to please let us know what they are, because I worry that we keep talking, we keep having the same conversation. So we're open to other ideas if they can figure out how to get by that physics problem of having the county completely covered at all times everywhere. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Thank you, colleagues. We will. We have some work to do with our General Assembly liaison, I think, on the issues that that all of us really raised. So we'll move on to the second speaker. It was Ms. Sunderland, and Ms. Sunderland raised an issue that is, I know, of concern. It's an issue that our county manager and I have also been in touch with our school board on. It is a challenge. I think probably best first to go to Mr. Manager to provide context on this issue. Before I do, I just do want to say one thing, which is we'll be talking more about after 10 o'clock on vaccines, and we'll have a presentation on that. But Mr. Manager, on this question.
Right. So, I could spend a lot of time talking about vaccines. I'm going to try to postpone most of it till after 10 o'clock. But we have, in doing the sign-up system for people who are in the various categories, we've reached out to the employers and asked them to send us information. So we have no knowledge here in the county as to, of all the people who work for employers, who does what. And so we're relying on employers to submit names to us and send them in whatever fashion they think is appropriate, because it's not our role to determine within a group of employees who should go first or who should go second or who should go third. I know that may be a frustrating answer, but it's a decision that we made simply because we don't have that knowledge. And so I'll just leave it at that for now. And if you have other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I have received a couple of emails. We have as a whole as well from Ms. Sunderland. I do think that the manager has provided helpful context. I am mindful that may not be satisfying. I do ask Ms. Sunderland if you'd stay with us. Ms. Garvey, go ahead.
Yeah, and I just emphasize to stay with us a little bit. I think the one other point to make is the whole issue with we can't vaccinate people if we don't have vaccines. And we have to plan for vaccines, and the number keeps shifting on us. So we'll elaborate on that more. I understand how people are upset. We're all upset too. So, and we are doing the best we can. We'll get better explanation later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. That's very helpful. And part of it is we worked hard this week to secure, we've got 1,400 this past week, and we secured for the coming week over 2,700. So that's just a piece of it. But Mr. Karantonis, go ahead. I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted just to, we understand the point that Ms. Sunderland is making. She is, in my opinion, as I understand it, she's making the point that within a given set of employees in a place, there are people who are more exposed, or are first line responders, essential personnel, and that's within the same set of employees, there might be another group that is less exposed, or under the conditions of rationing the vaccine right now, as the supplies are really very, very scarce, that we should think about a prioritization. So I believe that this is something we will be talking about later and in the course of the coming weeks. And that's an important point. I think that this needs to be answered.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and Ms. Sunderland. Just please do bear with us. It's a very difficult time for the hope that we all need, but we are working away, and so please stay with us. And a little later, we'll have more to come on this. I will take next in order of on our list, Mr. Dickinson, who reached out regarding the petition and the Rouse estate, and we did receive your email yesterday, and I did want to clarify something. I was happy to meet with you and a couple of other residents a week ago Friday with respect to this. I do just want to clarify that the demolition permit question is under, and certainly our county attorney can correct me if I'm wrong here, it is a ministerial act. So we relayed the information that you mentioned, but we actually did not issue a stop work order. That is a decision that is led by our building permit official. And so we were happy to relay that. On the big picture of this issue, this is a difficult one. We have reached out multiple times to the owner and the trustee for the property, and the cost of this property is significant. And for context, I think that we just need to consider the cost of the property given the fiscal moment that we're in. We also have, of course, a long-term responsibility to be good fiduciaries, but the cost of the property, even in that context, for me, is a challenge. I'll stop there for now. And Ms. Garvey, I see your hand, and certainly if Mr. Manager, if you want to provide context as well. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. Actually, I have some questions for our council, which would be, one, can we give historic designation to a site when the owner does not want to have such a designation? Are we capable of doing that? And two, if a site has historic designation, are we able then to tell the owner what they need to do with the property? Two questions for our council.
Sure, Mr. Chair. Ms. Garvey, the answer is yes, we do have the ability to designate as historic property that even though the owner of the property does not want it to be so designated. That is one of the rare provisions in the law where the owner's wishes can be overridden by a greater public interest, in this case in historic preservation. And as you know, the ordinance lays out, fairly specific criteria that have to be met before the designation can occur. And there's also a fairly, lengthy process. I don't want to over-exaggerate the length of it, but it does require public hearings before the HLRB and the Planning Commission and ultimately the county board to make that decision. Once it is designated, as I think all of you are familiar, there is a certificate of appropriateness process you have to go through before you can make modifications to the structures and even the grounds of the property if they have been also designated. But one provision you have to be aware of is that this does not preclude the possibility of the owner destroying a historic structure. If the owner concludes that they don't want to or cannot sustain the preservation of the structure, then there is a process that they can go through to ultimately get permission, even from the court if necessary, to destroy the structure. The process process is really one designed to enable the property owner to offload the property to some other purchaser who's willing to take on the historic preservation of it. That process can take a year or more, but as I said, the historic designation doesn't absolutely foreclose the ultimate demolition of the building.
Thank you. Another question. So, but once the building's demolished, there's not anything requiring them to rebuild it or anything, right?
No.
Yeah. And then how does it work with property? So there's the land. So is all the same still there that we could require them to not build on the land or do certain things with the land if it's got historic designation? Is that different from a building?
No, it's essentially the same. If the as I said, the grounds of the property have some historic significance, meet the criteria that are laid out, and the board ultimately concludes that the property should be designated as historic, then much like a building, if there's going to be modifications made to the grounds, then they'd have to go through the certificate of appropriateness process, and ultimately, if the owner wanted relief from those restrictions, they could go through the process I just described.
Thank you. And how does that usually work out in courts in Virginia, those processes?
Well, yeah, as I think the board has well knows from experience, the courts are very private property owner oriented, and the heavy hand of the government is not looked upon with favor when they try to restrict a property owner's desire to do something with it. So I would say that a property owner who's intent on demolition and modification of grounds will likely prevail if that is their objective.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Referenti. I would continue for a moment the question line of Ms. Garvey. So there is a heightened public interest, and I believe it's a justified interest to consider this property for a historic district. The HLRB has sent us a memorandum where they basically say that they will be considering this designation at their next meeting this coming Tuesday. So I want to understand one thing. We've established, as our chair said, that this is an administrative process where we shouldn't be interfering with. But what happens if the HLRB on Tuesday proposes a historic district? What would this entail for the execution of any administrative decision on the other side, on the administrative side, so to say?
Well, by administrative process, I think you're referring to the application for the demolition permit.
Exactly.
So basically, what you have going is a race. On the one hand, you have the race to obtain the demolition permit, you commence the demolition, and then on the other hand, you have the race to complete the historic designation process. I know in past instances where this has occurred, administrative process generally is concluded the quickest, simply because it's not a complicated process. There are minimum requirements that have to be met when you apply for the demo permit, but in the judgment of the building official, that permit will be issued if those requirements are met. If there's any failure on the part of the building official to issue a permit, if those standards are met, then the property owner could readily go to the circuit court and basically compel the issuance of the demolition permit. On the other hand, the ordinary process for designation, as I said, requires public hearings. I mean, if the HLRB concludes their work next Tuesday, then it would normally come to the board where they would advertise an ordinance to create the overlay district and go through the planning commission, and then ultimately the board, as is the process for any zoning ordinance action. can accelerate that process as best you can, as long as the advertising requirements for the public hearings have been met. But this is a matter of weeks. You know, the ordinance advertisement, for instance, is once a week for 2 weeks. So already we're talking weeks. Even if you combine planning commission public hearings with the board public hearing, which is fairly rare, but you can do it, you're still talking, you know, probably 2, 3 or more weeks out. I would hazard the guess that you could obtain a demolition permit much more quickly than that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. A short question for our manager, because I know that he and his team, the historic preservation professionals with our county, have been, insistently trying to contact the current owner and the trustee and try to, negotiate, different levels of, documenting the property and even, discussing about the future of the property. What is the status? Have we finally gained access to the property?
So, Mr. Karantonis, I have had conversations with the trustees for the property, and they have agreed to provide us access to the property. I don't know the precise date. We had set up a plan to get in before the end of the month, and I will report back to you specifically on that, but they were open to, we wanted to come in and document through photographs and also observations the interior and exterior of the property.
And now, Mr. Dickinson has mentioned that he knows a developer that would be, context sensitive, and would. What kind of relationship can we have with a developer like that, or would it be a private matter between the developer and the current owner?
Well, if we had the property and we were considering things to do with the property, a similar situation arose with the Reeves farmhouse, where we would, and that I'm using that as an analogous situation. We went out and we had an RFP where we went out and solicited ideas from the community and various developers and parties. That's one way of doing it. There's a various ways of doing it. We've heard talks of setting up a statutory scheme where there could be caretakers who take care of properties. We would be open to receiving that kind of information. I would say right now there isn't anything for us to do with it, given that we don't have any rights to the property.
And we don't have also any money to acquire the property at this moment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis and Mr. Manager. There, broadly, there's the open space desire that individuals have articulated, and then the historic and architectural values. We acknowledge, care about both priorities. The cost of this particular property is prohibitive, multiple tens of millions of dollars. So that is a consideration as we consider the needs of the whole community, while we are also mindful of the petition and then the number of petitioners who've signed it. Without any other, we will move forward. Thank you, Mr. Dickinson, for raising this issue. We'll go to Ms. Thompson, who spoke about the draft community energy plan. She mentioned, representing Eco Action Arlington, she mentioned 3 concerns. The first is that this goes to the top of the county, and that all of our leadership is committed to this. I can say on behalf of the board with some confidence that all of us are committed. This is a big priority for us, and right at the county manager level, and we have Shannon Flanagan Watson, who also deputy county manager, who's also heavily involved. There's a question about the timing for public comment that I certainly am open to. I don't know the exact, off the top of my head, the exact timeline rollout here. So that maybe is something that perhaps the manager could speak to, or we could follow up on. With respect to the third concern, it's a framework to get to net zero energy by 2050. And that is certainly aligning that. That is the work that our AIR team, Arlington Arlington's initiative to rethink energy, will want to follow up on. So those are just a couple of comments. I see Ms. Crystal and Mr. Carantonis.
I'll be brief just to say that I appreciated the comments as well. And Mr. DeFerenti, you started us off here. I think certainly if one of our most aware and involved civic groups on issues of energy and sustainability feels like they need a little more time and engagement, I have to imagine that's the case for others who may feel passionately about our more sustainable future in Arlington, but have only been casually involved. So, I certainly don't need to put our manager on the spot, although I see a hand up, he may want to respond to it. If some additional time, obviously we don't want to slow down the urgency here, but if some additional time would be helpful to community stakeholders, that's something I could support. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. With your understanding, Mr. Carantonis, we'll go to the manager first on that question and then.
Yeah, so thank you. We have extended the deadline to February 1st for comments. Also, staff is going to be meeting with EcoAction representatives on the 27th. Which I know is at some point next week. I've lost all calendar functionality in my brain. And then we also have 2 virtual forums scheduled next week, and people could go on to the county website and take a look. After we close the deadline for comment, we're going to continue to have stakeholder and commission meetings after that. So there'll be multiple occasions for people to come and make comments. And I know that whatever we decide to do will come to the board, and I know that people won't be shy about commenting at that point.
Great, thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Carantonis.
I think the manager has answered my question as well right now. This is quite a complex bunch of proposals. There are 63 strategies. They need to be structured in a way that they're more debatable, and where the efficiency and the delivery of these strategies towards our goals have to be vetted properly. I think EcoAction Arlington has a important point here, and we should be mindful of that. I'm looking forward to the month-long discussion about this.
Great, thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Certainly the details will be critical. So thank you, Ms. Thompson, for your comments today, and we will follow up. I have skipped over one earlier comment. Ms. Clement raised, and my apologies, Ms. Clement, for not addressing your questions in order. You raised questions about tributary B and the natural channel approach. I wondered if, Mr. Manager, if you might want to speak to it briefly.
Sure. I've received a number of emails over the last few weeks referring to a study done, and I'm going to get I think it may be Mr. Field, Dr. Field. We have arranged we've at least talked with the people who are involved in that study. We want to sit down and have a conversation with them to see what kind of information we can glean from that study. But I've been sent a note in September, and I'm just going to repeat what we said. We're at the phase right now and it may be as early as next month, we'll be coming to you for a contract award. We're done with all the design work and the steps forward on that. And I know that I've been clear about that. It's time to actually go ahead and implement steps and see what happens. We've been working on this for about 10 years. So I will sort of leave it at that, and back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. I think I'll build a little bit on what the manager said. Yeah, we've been working on this for about 10 years. I think all of us have walked Tributary B with people probably multiple times. There have been multiple responses to people about why we're taking the position that we have, and it's boils down to 2 different views on how you do things, and we've really got to agree to disagree. So with the comments there and the comments we get in the letters, I absolutely categorically disagree that we haven't been listening, we haven't paid attention, we haven't tried, we've even hired outside experts and paid an outside company to come in and look at what we're doing, all of which verified that our professional staff's, their judgment was correct. I will completely allow that people can disagree and experts can disagree, and that there are 2 different sides. But so that I'm fine with. But to say that we haven't tried and haven't looked at it and haven't responded is really inaccurate and unfair and not helpful. People have tried really hard and listened really hard. It's just simply we disagree. So I just want to say that because, as I say, it's been going on for 10 years now. So it's kind of a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. Definitely, this has been a very long time, and the project is right now in its implementation phase. I found in the study of Dr. Fields a lot of elements that will need to inform our restoration practices and restoration strategies for other streams as well, like Gulf Branch that is coming up. For the time being, I believe that there are elements in this study that we can use to mitigate or reduce the impact of the construction work that needs to be done on and along Tributary B. I do believe from the conversation I've had with staff that there is a real interest to mitigate, reduce, keep the impact of necessary construction as low as possible. And I also believe that there is a heightened level of attention to get this as good as possible, as less impactful as possible. I'm looking forward to the contract that will be coming soon.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis and Mr. Manager and Ms. Garvey. I also share the view that we have met each of us individually, but also most importantly, staff in consultation and conversations with the board has really pursued this and listened to the concerns and questions raised. Ms. Dickey came to us discussing trees, and I guess it's Bill 2042, which has come up. And I see Ms. Crystal. Before you go ahead, Ms. Crystal, I will say we have looked at this legislation. We got an email about it last night, and I really want to credit Pat Carroll, our legislative liaison, who has done a lot of work in this area. The details of the bill will be critical. Ms. Crystal.
Well, I just wanted to say a quick explainer on how the county board has generally gotten involved during a legislative session, which is that we try to write a legislative agenda, which the community weighs in on as broadly as possible, so that we've positioned Ms. Carroll as our legislative liaison to be able to adapt quickly on what comes down the pike in the General Assembly, rather than having to reconvene as the county board on each issue in its various iterations. So I am delighted to share with Ms. Dickey, although I know she knows it because ATAC has been instrumental in crafting it, that we have a provision within our legislative agenda that specifically says that the Arlington County Board supports legislation that provides greater incentives for tree canopy preservation in planting in the context of compliance with the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Act and environmental laws, and that tree preservation legislation should provide local governments with greater flexibility in reforestation, conservation, preservation, and management of urban forests, to include incentives to developers to maximize tree preservation and planting to offset tree removal. I have only granted a cursory look at HB 2042, but to me, you'll see some of the self-same language. And in fact, that plank in our legislative platform was crafted, I believe, from what I know of HB 2042, to support legislation exactly like this one. So I suspect that Ms. Carroll will be empowered to fully support it under that provision. If for any reason she's not, I trust that we will reconvene, because seeking additional legislative authorities has been a key priority for us on this issue of tree preservation.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. I just wanted to continue with Ms. Crystal's line of explanation. This is actually a good news story. Both HB 2042 and SB 1393 very much reflect the legislative priorities that we adopted just this past December. As Ms. Crystal noted, a lot of the phrasing is actually taken from our legislative package. So I have not looked at both line by line just to understand fully all implications, but from my initial read, they both look pretty much consistent with what we want the General Assembly to do. And as Ms. Crystal noted, we typically don't do in-session considerations of bills to lend our imprimatur to it. We empower Ms. Carroll, who has been mentioned. We also work through existing other organizations that we're a part of, like the Virginia Association of Counties. which is lobbying effectively on behalf of these bills. So we empower these groups. We work through these groups to see that our legislative agenda comes to fruition. Ms. Dickey is probably referencing or interested in doing what Virginia Beach did, and that was considering at their council meeting an endorsement of HB 2042 specifically. Again, that is not our practice, and I want to note perhaps why Virginia Beach did it. They're particularly interested in the provisions of the legislation that support their efforts to remediate coastal flooding. So, you know, they're dealing with quite a different level of urgency than we are in that respect. So please don't take what someone else has done as the norm for what we should do, because ultimately this is a great news story that I don't want to be lost. This is good legislation. It's something that's consistent with what we've desired, so we're happy to see it proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I think that's very helpful. I did late yesterday. We have been focused also on vaccines, but the devil is always in the details of legislation, and so I share the view that the broad approach is the right one, mindful, of course, that concerns raised. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just elaborate a little bit more from Ms. Dickey. Ms. Carroll, who works down there for us, keeps an eye on what's going on. And I'm sure if she thought that our coming to testify or to work would be, you know, important for the passage of this, that she would let us know. Not to say that she's perfect, but, you know, so that's kind of how we handle it. And board members do testify on behalf of some legislation when we're notified that that's important for us to do. And I'm glad that so many people are supporting it because it bodes very well for the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. So next we had Ms. Douglas come to us on the residential parking permit, which we considered in December and then extended the period for the next and final consideration that will be at least proposed final consideration that would be in February. I appreciate Open Door Monday. Ms. Douglas, thank you for coming and thank you for noting some of the issues that you agree with. Your question regarding paid parking permits is one we still need to consider. At least for my part, I'm open to further discussion and believe in the coming week to 10 days, we'll be continuing with our process of further consideration through the planning, our commissions. Also, we are speaking with our staff to continue to work on those issues. So thank you for staying engaged and stay tuned. We will continue to consider your concerns and this issue. Next, we had Mr. Costales, I believe, and often at public comment, someone comes to us with an issue that we haven't sort of thought about most recently, and your willingness to help low-income taxpayers on this is one I really want to see if we can pursue, and that's why I asked for your contact information, and it's already been emailed to me since you spoke. But you know, I'll have some questions about whether we can set up a place where people could drop off in a secure way their tax filing information. But we have to see, because of COVID, that's part of why many of our libraries have been closed, and so there's safety considerations. So, Mr. Dorsey, I see your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I really appreciate Mr. Costales bringing this issue to us, because certainly this is an activity that I hope doesn't have to get eliminated during these pandemic times. And I think our role here is probably more of convener than the ultimate provider of a space. And I think it's going to be, you know, up to some key staff who know the lay of the land in areas that would be most appropriate to maybe connect Mr. Costales with houses of worship, as he mentioned, or maybe businesses that are operating at a level with some ability to manage COVID protocols, who would welcome, you know, setting up an ability for this activity to go on. It would be difficult, at least in my mind, to have a facility closed to our general public, but open for a specific use that would invite a reason why it's not available for the general public to use. So I hope that we can use our role of knowing what's going on in areas that Mr. Costales can advise us would be most helpful, to maybe connect to other organizations who could provide the space. So I look forward to supporting that effort.
Great, thank you, Mr. Dorsey. We'll go to Mr. Manager next, and then Mr. Karantonis.
And so I want to thank Mr. Costales for coming in. Back in November, we've had conversations with a group of AARP members that worked through the AARP tax aid program and come into our central library. Since November, Diane Crush has been working with them, and we've been able to set up a process at Central Library, keeping all safety protocols in place, where AARP tax aid program will be able to work. Now, there were two AARP tax aid programs, one at Central and one at Columbia Pike. The one at Columbia Pike, I have not, Mr. Costales may have been in contact with some county staff. I'm not aware that he has been, but if he can give us his contact information, we'll see what we can work out. I'm not promising anything, but I didn't want people in the community who use the AARP program to think that there was no accommodation being made, and we'll have some precise information on that pushed out over the next week or two.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Karantonis.
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, there are, as Mr. Dorsey mentioned, there are a couple of other organizations that do provide similar service to immigrant residents, to low and moderate income households. And they don't do that in the Columbia Pike Library like the ARP program does that. So we can really research whether they could accommodate them. Last year, they've been doing that with drop-off and all COVID, hygiene protocols in place. Nothing happened to nobody, neither the workers nor the customers. And I think that this is solvable, very, very close to where the Columbia Pike Library is still in renovation right now.
Thank you, Mr.
It's a good thing that we have the contact information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Karantonis. So moving on, the last speaker was Mr. Hurez, and he asked some questions about the importance of thoroughly thinking through ideas on their own merits. And Ms. Crystal, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can't resist. I'm going to be brief. There is a tremendous difference between crowding and density in general, and certainly with regard to COVID. When we have an affordability crisis in our community or other communities, that leads to crowding. Multi-generational households in homes that are too small, multiple households, period, in homes that are built for one. There is a standard definition of what crowding means related to the number of people per bedroom, and affordability is, or lack thereof, is one of the biggest drivers of it. And so as we have sought to add more housing to Arlington, as there is greater demand for people to live here, that density has been part of our solution to crowding. It is not crowding. I will add just briefly as well that there has been quite a bit of research done on the relative density of global cities and their relationships to COVID, and found actually that there is no relationship between the density of cities to COVID, and there are some, the incidence or deadliness of COVID. And there is some indication actually of global and national cities, which are quite dense, having better responses to COVID because of the concentration of health services and other important life-supporting amenities that density can allow. So appreciate the opportunity to share that for anybody who may be following along at home and thinking that perhaps adding more housing to Arlington County is somehow a driver of this pandemic or future pandemics.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I believe that concludes our response to public comments. Appreciate the dialogue, colleagues, and we will move on to consideration of our consent agenda. Madam Clerk, I believe there may be a couple or a few items that have been pulled from the consent agenda. Could you share with us those items? Thank you. We have item number 1, site plan amendments 1601 and 1505 Crystal Drive. It's a water facility as well. And then we have item number 38, request to advertise a public hearing on the county's towing ordinance. So those two accepted. I would entertain a motion for passage of the consent agenda.
Christian Dorsey moves approval of those items -1 and 38.
Thank you.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. And so I will call for a vote from each of us. Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. The consent agenda items minus items 1 and 38 are approved. I have a few remarks. Let me describe the consent agenda. The items on it are important, but they're not necessarily ones that have had controversy. We are in agreement as a community and as a board. If you wish to pull a consent agenda item for the initial numbers of those items, we respond to constituent concerns, and there have not been any on the ones, or there have not been any requests to pull items other than item 1 and 38. I will briefly speak to those items. I'd ask if Madam Clerk, if she is, I believe, can share. I have a short presentation on these items because some of them are really fantastic. All of them are steps forward for our community. We approved dozens of items on the consent agenda with a single vote. Those items are put on the consent agenda because they are thought to be non-controversial. When board members have questions or concerns, we move that item to our Tuesday recessed meeting where we hold a public hearing on the pulled items and vote on them. The two items, item 1 and 38, will be considered at a virtual public hearing for consent agenda items that will occur no earlier than 6:30 p.m. Tuesday, January 26th at the board's recessed meeting. If you wish to speak on one of those two items, you can sign up on the county website beginning today. We will send you an email after you register with instructions for participating. You may also register to speak at the public hearing by calling the county board office at 703-228-3130. I'll start. I've described a couple of items. Item 42, these are not all in order, but they are a description of important items. So item 42, what you see in that picture there is what the project will look like when it ends. We are adding, it's the Boundary Channel Drive I-395 interchange. We have long sought these improvements, and they will reconfigure the interchange that you see to make it work a lot better and make it safer for everyone. And they will help us best handle planned growth in Crystal City. The roundabouts on either side of the Boundary Channel Drive will be reduced from 4 to 2-lane roadways. You'll see those roundabouts. And very importantly, we're building a path connecting the Mount Vernon Trail that will be built along the north side of Boundary Channel Drive. A wide sidewalk will be built along the south side, and the path and sidewalk will give pedestrians and bicyclists access to the Pentagon and to the Longbridge Aquatics and Fitness Center, which I'm very excited about that. Construction begins in September 2022 and will be completed in fall 2023. It's a $20 million project, and we have state, federal, regional, and local money in it. The next project, item 43, is also in that area of the county, but it's a little further closer to Joint Base Meyer-Henderson Hall. This is a road realignment, and we have been working on this. The Arlington National Cemetery is expanding, and so that you see that 40 acres is being added. The realignment of Columbia Pike will be beneficial for also some paths, mixed-use paths that can help people use alternatives to cars for walking, biking, and riding transit. So that is a significant step forward, and I am mindful that colleagues may have comments on this and other items. What I'd ask, with your forgiveness, is if I can just run through the rest of these and we'll come back if that's acceptable. Item 23, Columbia Pike Bridge. Our Transportation Commission Chair, Mr. Slatt, has probably talked with each of the board members, but this is an expansion of a bridge for safety reasons. So it's widens the sidewalk space and it makes it more accessible for pedestrians. It is part of a big investment that we've been working on for multiple years. That is the Columbia Pike multimodal street improvements, and very pleased to share that. Item 22, this falls under infrastructure. This is a water main replacement, and we know we have to invest as a nation and as a community in infrastructure, and this is helping to replace a water main under Key Boulevard that has been there since 1929. You can see there some of the benefits of this with respect to fire flow and our neighborhood water demands. Item 24 on the right side of this slide discusses our commitment to neighborhoods, and it helps with sidewalks. I actually recall knocking on doors along this sidewalk. We hope that this will help the Lion Park neighborhood per their request and our neighborhood conservation program. Next is item 37. And this, I'm really appreciative that we have a picture. I believe all of us on the board know Scott Taylor, who is a member of Mount Salvation Baptist Church. There are, of course, many members in our community of this church, and I've been to the church to listen and pay respects. This is a story of our historic preservation done well and done to help us remember our African-American community and history, because this in the Halls Hill neighborhood has been around since before the Civil War, I believe, and final resting place in this burial grounds. It's important that we designate this as historic for historic preservation. This has been in the works for some time. So very pleased with that we have passed that. Last, I'll stop and then send it to colleagues. We approved items 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13 through 16 for childcare. And this is very important. We've had questions of childcare come up. We are seeking to work with our nonprofit and in some cases for-profit childcare providers because we know this is a critical need for our community, and we're happy to renew childcare use permits. I'll stop there and see if colleagues want to have comments on any of the consent agenda items. I see a hand from Ms. Crystal, but that may be a vestigial hand, so to speak.
Indeed it is, Mr. Chair. I apologize.
No problem. Mr. Karantonis, go ahead.
Just to state my agreement and excitement, actually, that item 43 came to a good end at the end, that we will see the alignment of Columbia Pike going all the way down to Joyce Street. I think this is a significant improvement of the connectivity of Columbia Pike with the up and coming and booming area in the National Landing area now. Just as a footnote on that, there are a few small businesses still, Damas Cafe, for example, that are still in Foxcroft Heights. As we do detailed design and we plan for the implementation and the actual construction of this, I just urge the manager and Arlington Economic Development to pay attention to the preservation of these businesses. There are some design elements that may have to be adjusted so that the location works well. It's neighborhood retail still there. There's also a big hotel there that keeps that all viable. And I'm especially excited about item 23, which is the enhancement and making the bridge over Fort Myron at Arlington Mill more accessible. This has been always a very big problem for pedestrians. It's really scary sometimes with the traffic, going both ways very fast. This has been too long of a wait, and now we see some significant improvement here. I even look forward to improving that even more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. That concludes our consent agenda. We are now ready to move on to our regular agenda items. Madam Clerk, can you call the first regular agenda item, please?
Item 41, which is a project called the Ames Center, located at 1820 and 1830 Fort Myer Drive. 41A through D, which includes a rezoning from CO Mixed Use District to CO Roslyn Mixed Use Roslyn District. Also a site plan amendment for mixed use development and various modifications, as well as associated ordinances of vacations and encroachments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go to the manager just in 1 second. For those who are interested most in vaccines, I didn't indicate we would not get to the vaccine issue until after 10 o'clock. I can now say with confidence that it will be after 10:45 at least. So you can have another cup of coffee. And in the meantime, we will get to the Ames Center item. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Making the presentation this morning is Michael Cullen from CPHD, who will be assisted by Melissa Danowski and Jane Kim. So over to you, Mr. Cullen.
Okay, good morning, members of the board. I trust that everyone can see my presentation slide here.
We can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this item includes 4 requests associated with the Ames Center project, including a rezoning from CO to CO Roslyn, a site plan amendment for a new mixed-use residential development with proposed modification of use regulations, requested vacation of street and utilities easements and walkway easements, and encroachments into public street and utilities easements. The site is located between Wilson Boulevard and the intersection of Fort Myer Drive and North Nash Street, and is across Fort Myer Drive from the Roslyn Metro Station. Turnberry Tower condominiums are located to the north. The 1812 Northmore and Roslyn City Center sites are located to the east. The Hyatt-centric Arlington Hotel abuts the site to the south, and the Oak Hill and Nash Street office buildings are located to the west. The site is approximately 78,000 square feet and includes the parcel occupied currently by the Arlington Temple United Methodist Church and Sunoco gas station. So similar to other metro corridor areas, Roslyn is experiencing a robust amount of development activity. For additional context, this slide illustrates approved site plans that are still under review, actively under construction, or undeveloped, notably including the 1401 Wilson project to the west, which was approved in 2014, and the Roslyn Holiday Inn project to the north that was approved recently in 2019. The site is subject to site plan number 1, which was initially approved by the county board in March 1962 for the 12-story office building, as well as a conceptual plan for the church. The Ames Center office building was constructed in 1966, with the Methodist Church constructed in 1971. The county board approved a site plan amendment in April of 1973 to separate a portion of the site along Wilson Boulevard and create a new site plan for a hotel under Site Plan 92 that is now occupied by the Hyatt-centric Arlington. In 1996, the county board amended the GLUP to add the Roslyn Coordinated Redevelopment District and adopted zoning ordinance provisions for the CO Roslyn zoning district. In July 2015, the county board adopted the Roslyn sector plan as an update to the 1992 Roslyn Station Area Plan addendum. So these images provide views of and around the site, including clockwise from the top left, Nash Street looking north, the intersection of Nash and Fort Myer looking south, the church and gas station parcel looking west across Fort Myer, and then a view of Fort Myer Drive, of the tunnel on Fort Myer Drive looking north. The current GLUP designation is High Office Apartment Hotel, and the existing zoning is CO. Again, the applicant proposes to rezone to CO Roslyn. In addition to rezoning, the amendment application proposes a new mixed-use development with 2 30 and 31-story towers consisting of 740 total units, where up to 225 residential units are proposed for interim hotel use for a limited period of up to 5 years, and then approximately 10,000 square feet of retail, 8,000 square feet of commercial office or retail flex space, and 16,000 square feet associated with redeveloped church space, and over 7,000 square feet associated with redeveloped gas station space. Proposed modifications include additional density exclusions, required parking, compact parking percentage, loading requirements, and other modifications as necessary to achieve the proposal. The applicant has also requested a modification for increased mechanical penthouse height, but as I will discuss later, staff does not support that request. Additional density above the base amounts identified by the Roslyn sector plan is proposed to be achieved through LEED Silver certification with 2 Arlington Green Building Priority credits. In addition to committed on-site affordable housing, a cash contribution for off-site transportation improvements, and achievement of additional sector plan priorities. Completion of the project would also deliver a Nash Street alignment that realizes the sector plan goals of a mid-block crosswalk and bidirectional protected bicycle facility, the design of which would incorporate a floating bus stop. The subject site is located within the Roslyn Coordinated Redevelopment District identified on the CLUP and is subject to the recommendations of the Roslyn Sector Plan. The illustrative plan identifies the subject site for redevelopment with 2 building towers, one of which is located over much of the existing church and gas station parcel, and site orientation that is intended to facilitate the alignment of the 18th Street corridor identified in the plan. Fort Myer Drive is also labeled for conversion as a 2-way street with noted removal of the Fort Myer Tunnel, as well as skywalk pedestrian bridges removed above Nash Street and Fort Myer Drive. The sector plan identifies circulation parameters such as total sidewalk widths, and the plan envisions protected bike facilities on Nash Street and Fort Myer around the site. The sector plan envisions a network of parks and open spaces throughout Roslyn, including redesigned plazas along the 18th Street corridor. The plan doesn't commit to common design elements within the corridor, but does encourage a variety of experiences. The Ames Center Plaza specifically is identified as a linking space to provide connections between the other open spaces within the corridor. It is also assigned a revitalizing space typology, which calls for passive open space opportunities and amenities such as seating or gardens, public art, or other suitable features. The plan describes development of the Ames Center Plaza as part of the corridor in detail, naming this segment the Roslyn Steps, and noting it is generally envisioned to provide a public way through the site for pedestrian and bicyclist travel. The plaza should maintain a minimum 60 feet between building faces, with buildings sited to maintain direct visual and physical connections between Metro Station Plaza and North Oak Street. Building massing and form within Roslyn are informed by the priority view corridors from the observation deck at the Central Place site. These priority view corridors are shown here at right, and the resulting building heights map represents the basis of the peaks and valleys policy for building form that seeks to create a dynamic skyline and, quote, support good view opportunities from the top floors of all buildings in Roslyn. The plan acknowledges additional height may be permitted for penthouse structures above the main roof, consistent with the zoning ordinance, which allows height projections of up to 23 feet. The sector plan recognizes the value of the observation deck and guidelines for architectural design of building tops. And it goes on to say, and I'm quoting at length, building tops within view of the public observation deck should be designed so as to create a thoughtful complementary foreground view for the monumental core and other key vistas, minimizing any adverse visual impact. So the provided images shown at the top of this slide reflect approximately how the elevator overruns impact views from the observation deck. Staff finds that the elevator overruns, also visible in the bottom rendering, do pose an adverse visual impact and conflict with the goal of minimizing height and size of penthouses. Further, staff notes with some concern that the precedent for any modification of height above the main building roof that could pertain to future project. As such, Condition 62 of the staff report states that no building structure may project greater than 23 feet above the main building height, and the proposed overrun structures must be removed in the required post 4.1 plan submission. The project has been shown conceptually throughout the public review process with planters and green vegetation on residential balconies. This representation was revised to reflect a base facade condition without planters, and this was for the Planning Commission, who passed a motion requesting a commitment for providing planters for at least the bottom 1/3 of the building. This motion is captured in condition 63 that has been agreed to by the applicant, which requires planters and irrigation infrastructure on specific levels for the bottom 1/3 of the building, with details provided in the final landscape plan. The project will provide a number of standard site plan condition benefits, including installation of a wireless emergency responder communication system and utility underground fund, public art fund, and affordable housing contributions in order to achieve the base club density for the site. The project would also provide significant sidewalk and intersection improvements and address sector plan goals for protected bike facilities on Nash Street, protection of priority view corridors, and implementation of the 18th Street corridor. The applicant has agreed to a community benefits package that achieves several primary goals of the Roslyn sector plan in exchange for additional density above 4-point FAR, including the provision of 24 on-site affordable housing units at 80% AMI, a $5 million cash contribution for off-site transportation improvements, construction and ongoing maintenance of the Central Plaza as a major segment of the 18th Street corridor, and then removal of the skywalks above Nash Street and Fort Myer Drive. To implement the agreed upon community benefits, the applicant has proposed optional phasing of the site plan, where phase 1 consists of construction of the south building tower and would require contributions of 13 affordable units, a $2 million transportation contribution, and adjacent streetscape improvements. Phase 2 would require all remaining elements, including 11 affordable units, a $3 million transportation contribution, and then skywalk removal and completion of the plaza and all remaining site improvements. The SPRC held 3 opportunities for input on the site plan amendment between February 2020 and September, including an in-person meeting, an online engagement opportunity, and a virtual SPRC meeting. Transportation Commission heard the item in March 2020 and recommended approval for the project on January 7th. The Housing Commission also recommended approval for the project on January 14th. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the project on January 11th with 2 amendments added. First, to add a condition requiring balcony planters on the bottom 1/3 of the building. As I mentioned, the applicant has agreed to this requirement under condition 63 of the report. And then second, the commission recommended that staff work with the applicant to develop a design solution that would allow for the elevator overrun structures within general sector plan design guidance. As I discussed previously, staff finds that the structures as proposed do pose an adverse visual impact and present concerns over precedent that could open modifications for future projects that were not contemplated in the peaks and valleys policy of the sector plan. So in closing, staff recommends approval for the proposed rezoning from CO to CO Roslyn and for an amendment to redevelop the site with a new mixed-use multifamily residential development, including modifications for additional density, density exclusions, required parking, compact parking percentage, loading requirements, and other modifications as necessary to achieve the proposed development plan. Staff does not recommend approval of the modification for additional penthouse height, which is reflected in condition 62 of the site plan ordinance. Finally, staff recommends approval of the request to vacate portions of street and utilities easements and walkway easements on Fort Myer Drive and across the site. Staff also recommends approval to enact ordinances of encroachment for underground vaults and support structures and for balconies, canopies, and overhanging structure into public street and utilities easements. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Appreciate your presentation and work on this. We will next go to the applicant, Mr. Whitmore, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Appreciate your time here this morning. My name is Kendrick Whitmore. I'm with Venable, and I represent the applicant, Snell Properties. So if you give me a moment here, I will share my screen and provide you with a brief presentation on our proposal here. I trust that you all can see my screen.
We can.
There we are. Mr. Cullen did a great job of explaining the context of this development, so I won't belabor that point and go through the location again. As he mentioned, this is site plan number 1, which as a zoning nerd, I find very interesting and cool to be able to work on. Mr. Cullen provided some information about the surrounding context, but I wanted to give you a little more. You can see that this area and the streetscape and the way it engages the public realm really is a vestige of its 1960s design. It's auto-oriented. There are not a lot of opportunities for pedestrians or anything to draw pedestrians in. And you can also see those sky bridges that were mentioned previously. And we're hoping that with this redevelopment, we'll be able to reverse a lot of that. So as Mr. Cullen mentioned, the proposal here is to redevelop the site with 2 residential buildings while retaining and rebuilding the existing church and gas station in place. One thing I want to note to you all that we'll talk about as we go through this is the theme of resilience. This building has really been designed with the idea of making it resilient to changes in the market so that it can be a viable project lasting much longer than one typically would throughout the changing environment. So as Mr. Cullen mentioned, in terms of site design and layout, we really looked to the sector plan and specifically to the 18th Street corridor as the animating feature for the design of this site. As you can see here, it's compared to the excerpt from the sector plan. The 18th Street corridor is fully aligned with the vision set forth in the sector plan. I should note that we actually came forward with a proposal several years ago that had the 18th Street corridor located slightly farther south. We heard loud and clear from the staff and from the board that this was not acceptable. And so we went back to the drawing board. We moved the 18th Street corridor farther to the north, incorporated the church and the gas station, and we think are really able to deliver on that vision from the sector plan. And I think we've done some more to really enhance the 18th Street corridor as well. As you can see here, what we've done is on the west side and the east side of the project, we've kind of peeled back the buildings here so that we can allow more light and air and visibility into that corridor and really enhance that view moving east to west all along Roslyn. So I'll walk through very briefly with you the ground floor of the project. I'll note up front that because of the grade change here, there are really 2 ground floors. This is the Fort Myer Drive side, the lower elevation. On the north side of the development site, you can see the gas station that's going to remain in place. Adjacent to it is our vehicular entrance to the north building. And then you see a pretty significant amount of retail that we have along here, which we think is really going to both activate Fort Myer Drive and the 18th Street corridor. And then on the southern portion of the site is the loading area. And I want to take just a moment to talk about this because I think this is an important element of the operations of the building. Unlike almost any development in Arlington County, this has head-in, head-out loading. All of the turning movements, backups, things you would normally see spilling out onto the street and impacting traffic are going to be internal to the site. We think this is really going to help operations at the site for many years. Again, speaking to that theme of resiliency of this building to continue to operate. This is the ground floor on the Nash Street side of the building. You can see here the church is at this elevation, as are our residential lobbies. And then you can see some of this blue area here. And this is street facing, and we're asking that it be designated as commercial rather than as retail. We don't know coming out of COVID what the retail demand is going to look like. And so our desire is to maintain flexibility and be able to respond to market conditions, whatever those may be, to create uses that activate the street, engage pedestrians and bring them in while not being hamstrung by old definitions that may no longer be viable. So again, speaking to the resiliency of this building, we want to make sure that this ground floor can be activated and respond to market conditions. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Rodrigo Abella from GGN to talk about some of the landscaping on the 18th Street corridor.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. In terms of the landscape design, since this space was designated as a linking space, we chose to shift the balance towards a more green and planted space. In other words, less plaza, more garden experience, but with a very clear connecting path through the space to make sure that 18th corridor connectivity is very clear to the pedestrian. Next slide, please. Topographically, Kendrick, next slide, please. Topographically, we have about 14 feet of grade change. We're negotiating through the space. And so balancing the needs for accessibility with usability, we chose to divide the space into 2 flat terraces connected by a very gently sloping stair along the 18th Street corridor connecting walkway. Next slide, please. Each terrace is effectively flat, and garden planters create a composition of smaller spaces linked together with built-in bench seating to allow a range of size of spaces for the public and the pedestrians. Next slide. And the net effect is that, with the exception of the connecting stair, both terraces are fully accessible and provide a range of opportunities to move through the space or just be in the space in a garden type setting. And then at the stair itself, we integrated an elevator in as clear and directed manner as possible to facilitate ease of use and orientation. And so from the both entry points of the plaza, the path of travel to the stair or to the elevator is similar, and allows people to move through the space or to linger in the upper and lower terraces as they want.
Great. And with that, we're going to turn it over to the architect. Robert, are you on?
I'm on, Kedrick. Good morning, everybody. My name is Robert Sponseller. I'm a design principal with the architects team on the project. And I'm going to walk you through our approach to the building design through a series of vignettes that begin in the center of the site, work our way through the public spaces, and we'll finish the tour at the northern tip of the site with our design for the Arlington Temple United Methodist Church. As both Kedrick and Rodrigo have explained, our architectural forms were driven by two primary considerations. First, the interior of the site, we opened up exterior spaces that enlarged the impact and character of the 18th Street corridor, providing lateral views through the site and additional light and air. And on the northern tip of the site, we stepped back the north building to provide visibility and prominence for the church building on the northern tip. After determining the building forms, we then sculpted them in additional measures. Both buildings have step backs at their tops to provide an interesting top building profile. And at the ground level in these public spaces, we shouldered the buildings to create a comfortable walking environment as one experienced the corridor. Then moving from building form to building surface, we embraced what it would really mean to be a healthful, quality residential urban building design. And we came up with an interesting, I would say, folded and pleated architectural facade treatment. So getting away from the strict flat architectural facades, we developed this rhythm that relates to the rooms on the interior, to which we added outdoor spaces and then additional greenery that would allow that to extend up into the lower third of the building, expanding that green presence. Taken together, this comprises a biophilic focus to our design theme. So I'll begin with the tour now from Fort Myer Drive, looking into the site. Kedrick, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. So we'll begin our tour here in the center of the site. We're looking into the lower plaza that Rodrigo and his team have designed. You can understand here the shouldering of the building at the lower level to create both a comfortable scale for the residents and also some additional prominence for the retail, which is quite noteworthy in Roslyn, providing quality retail spaces. We also developed a light architectural palette for the exterior of a soft architectural concrete material. This light coloring will help reflect light through these interior spaces, in addition to the building sculpting that we have done. Next slide, please, Kedrick. And then taking a moment from the same station point, and by the way, on this slide in the lower right, in each of these images, you'll see exactly where you're standing on the site. So we're standing in front of the south building and taking sort of a look up at that facade that I mentioned. You can see the pleated form of the facade. You know, we have nothing against straight lines and right angles, but we just felt that this site really called for something a little different. And so this softer architectural approach we arrive with allows us to create outdoor spaces and balconies and increased greenery. Next slide, please, Kedrick. Then one more slide from Fort Myer Drive. We're looking almost straight down the 18th Street corridor, looking at the one-story elevation that occurs between the two plazas. You get a larger sense here of the billowing building facade above the street level volumes. On the left is the retail. There's a total of 4 retail venues in this view, 2 on the south building, 1 on the north, and then 1 in the center of the site in the plaza. And then on the upper side on the left, the shouldering of the building to create a presence for the commercial venue on the upper plaza level. Next slide, please. And then taking a moment and pausing in the center of the site. And now we're looking down the corridor, and I think this will be a very popular moment in the experience of this outdoor space. We're looking towards the future open corridor as it extends through Roslyn and overlooking the lower space element. And you get an understanding of the building, the soft building geometry that works its way into even the edge of these spaces based on Rodrigo and GGN's design. Next slide, please. And then looking down into this space, you get a sense of the greenery in the plaza on the lower shoulders of the buildings. You also get a very good understanding of the building's shape and the way we've modeled those facades to create this kind of soft architecture that embraces green and biophilic design principles. Next slide, please. And the last sort of street level view in the interior is looking from Nash Street straight to the east down the 18th Street corridor. On the left is our north building and an entry porch that helps to buffer public from private space on that side. And on the right is the shoulder for the commercial plate. All of these plates that we've put in, the retail plates and the commercial, have very ample infrastructure in terms of ceiling height and design flexibility to accommodate change over time. And be very resilient in that sense. And you're looking into, in this slide, the more verdant side of our public spaces on the west side along Nash Street. The next two slides relate to our design for the church. And as I mentioned, we had a number of goals in mind here. First, we wanted to restore the church with a new facility on this very prominent legacy location at the northern tip of the site. So we elevated the main volume of the church and we expanded its presence by including an outdoor roof space on its upper terrace to expand its prominence in this already interesting and legacy location. On the right side of this image is the church's at-grade, comfortable entryway and small plaza. This is roughly midway between the 18th Street corridor and the northern tip of the site, and it takes you into the main sanctuary floor for this church structure. In terms of materials for the church, we've gone with an extended masonry unit, which provides a much softer texture and differentiates the church's architecture from the main building architecture. Next slide, please, Kedrick. And then finally, a view of what I think is probably the most prominent exposure of the site, the northern tip where Nash and Fort Myer come together. And here you get an understanding of how the church has been elevated above its ground level uses and has an increased prominence through the three-story treatment and embrace of its roof terrace as part of the building's architecture. You're looking into the main sanctuary here. We've designed a large sort of window to the community to provide steady northern light into the interior sanctuary and hopefully provide a place that will be a generation, serve the church for the next generation going forward. So that represents our sort of high-level overview of the building design, and we'd be happy to come back and answer any more specific questions. Kedrick, I think you're going to go forward with the next slides.
Yes, thank you, Robert. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So as Mr. Cullen mentioned, we've resolved all the issues with this project, save one, and that is for the penthouse elevator overruns. Here's a rendering showing what those may look like. I want to make one thing very clear up front, is that this is not a building height issue. Building height is measured to the main roof line, and we are in conformance with all of the recommendations and requirements of the zoning ordinance and the sector plan with respect to building height. What this is about is penthouse height and a request to have some additional height beyond what is typically permitted for penthouses in Arlington County. Why are we asking for this? This is a function of the height of the building, and the mechanics for an elevator to serve a building of this height really require that the last stop that an elevator can make is actually below the location where the elevator lands. So to give you an example of that, here on the left is an example of what would happen if we did not have some additional elevator overrun height. You can see that the penthouse height is flush with the elevator at its last stop, but then the elevator would not be able to serve these areas in yellow here at the penthouse level where the mechanical equipment is located. Instead, what we are asking for is for a single elevator on each building to be permitted to extrude an additional 13 feet. And this would allow for the penthouse areas to be served by that elevator. We've discussed this at length with staff, including with the building code official, and he's confirmed that this is generally standard practice in the industry to use elevators and overruns of this type. So what's the issue? There is the concern, as Mr. Cullen mentioned, regarding views. But as I will show you, I do not believe that's something that you should be concerned about in making your recommendation. So here you can see the priority view corridors in the bottom rendering. These are kind of lasering out from the observation deck. And as Mr. Cullen mentioned, the peaks and valleys system, all of the heights in Roslyn are really predicated on protecting these priority view corridors. And as you can see, this proposal will not impact the priority view corridors. You can see on the upper left here that the Upper Potomac Gorge is the closest view corridor to the Ames Center building. You can see the proposed building here steps down on its northern side to protect that view of the Upper Potomac Gorge. On the right here, you can see a rendering showing what this elevator overrun might look like. And as you can see, it's located outside of that priority view corridor. It will have no impact on the Upper Potomac Gorge view. The other thing you'll note is that it is not extruding into the sky with nothing else around it. In the background is the outline of the 1401 Wilson project, which is approved but unbuilt, but as you can see, is really going to frame this area with some building obstruction in any event. So not only will there be no impact to the priority view corridors, there will be almost no impact to any views in this area. Putting aside the priority view corridors, I think it's important to point out that these overruns are going to be very hard to see. You can see here the views. This is looking directly west from the observation deck. The prior view was kind of a northwest view, but you can see that from the observation deck level, you can see these overruns, but again, they're framed very much by the 1401 Wilson building that will be constructed. If you drop down a few floors, though, you really can't see these at all. Similar, taking a look from Turnberry Towers, our neighbor to the north, at the 27th level, you can just see the edge of the overrun on the south building. You can't see it at all on the north building. And then dropping down to the 24th floor, you can't see either of these overruns. So despite the fact that we don't believe there's any real impact from these overruns, we are willing to do whatever we can to try and mitigate what little impact there may be. We think there are a number of strategies for this. Here are a few cladding options that we've discussed, things that could make the overruns more visually pleasing to the extent that they're visible. One of these that we're really excited about is this precast concrete. It's really taking that language and rhythm from the main building that Robert discussed and extruding that upward as part of the overrun, which we think would make it nicely harmonize with the existing building in chief. Another option is a metal swatch, something to make it contrast from the building itself. The point, I think, is that we're willing to undertake whatever measures are necessary to help mitigate what we think are pretty minor impacts to the view in any event. And I'll point you to the quote from the sector plan that Mr. Cullen cited here, and it talks about sculpting transparency, other design strategies to minimize the height and size of penthouses. We're happy to undertake these types of screening methods to try to minimize any kind of impact there. And that, in fact, is really what the Planning Commission recommendation stated. It discussed having the applicant and the staff continue to work toward a solution on this, which we are more than happy to do. The only other item I'll point out here is that these views as described on pages 170 through 175 of the plan, those are the priority views, which, as we saw on the slide earlier, are not impacted in any way by these overruns. So with that, I'll leave this topic, but would ask that you all in your motion strike the condition prohibiting these penthouse overruns and approve the modification to penthouse heights for the overruns. So moving on, just a brief discussion on transportation. As you can see, the 1960s site design made its way into the number of curb cuts as well. We're going to consolidate those down significantly to one entrance per building. The gas station will still have its curb cuts as it's going to be sticking around for a while on a long-term lease. We're also excited about having significant upgrades to the pedestrian environment. Not only will we provide the 18th Street corridor to allow the super block to be broken up and pedestrians to move through, we're also going to improve the existing crossings, particularly here at the northern edge of the site. If you're familiar with the existing condition today, it's not great for pedestrians. There's a slip lane and the need to get out to a pedestrian refuge and then cross the street from there. What we're doing is expanding the concrete here to create a really gracious amount of space for that crossing, reducing the distance, and making it much safer for pedestrians. As Mr. Cullen also mentioned, we're very proud that we're going to have protected bike lanes on both sides of Nash Street, really helping contribute to the cycling environment in Roslyn. Just a few words on parking. When we came forward initially, we had a 0.81 per unit parking ratio. We were told by the commissions, by the community and the staff to go back and try to reduce that number. So we sharpened our pencils and we dropped that ratio down to a 0.72, which allowed us to actually remove an entire floor of above grade parking from the building. Not only did we do that, but at pretty considerable cost, we have designed the above grade parking to be convertible into residential units. Again, this speaks to the resiliency of the building. And the goal is that if vehicle occupancy continues to drop, vehicle demand for parking continues to be reduced, we don't want to be stuck with a bunch of unusable parking spaces. Instead, we've designed this parking area so that it can be converted to a residential use if and when those spaces are no longer needed. Again, adapting to market conditions as they change. Here's another view of that one level of parking being removed. So in terms of sustainability, I want to note at the outset that this building was designed, submitted, and accepted before the latest iteration of the community energy plan was approved. And as a result, we've designed it to the standards that were in place at the time. However, we've been pushed by staff and we've worked hard with staff and come up with what we think are some other ways to help meet the goals of the current community energy plan. A couple of those I'll mention. One is getting energy savings above ASHRAE to a minimum of 15%. The other is performing a whole building life cycle assessment to measure embodied carbon and to look for opportunities like low carbon concrete to try to reduce carbon emissions. So in summary, I want to talk a little bit about the community benefits. Obviously, the biggest is the 18th Street corridor. This is a really transformational piece of infrastructure in Roslyn and a central point to the sector plan. We're going to be delivering and maintaining that. We're also very proud to be delivering 24 on-site affordable units. And of those 24 units, half of them will be ANSI Type A. We've heard a lot about the need for accessible, affordable units. We're also providing 10 market rate units to be ANSI Type A, which is above the building code requirement. Discuss the sustainability. We're going to be making a contribution of $5 million to the Fort Myer Drive tunnel removal. We're going to be removing the overhead bridges and mentioned the improvements to Nash Street with the restriping and protected bike lanes in both directions. So with that, I'll end my presentation. I appreciate your time and we're available for any questions that you may have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Whitmore, and your colleagues, Mr. Sponcella and Mr. Bella. I want to turn now to our commissions. We'll start with our Planning Commission. Is Mr. Lintelmi there, please?
Yes, I am.
Great. Go ahead, Mr. Lintelmi. Do you want to provide us the Planning Commission report?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair DeFerranti and members of the County Board. As you said, I'm Jim Lintelmi. I'm the 2021 Chair of the Planning Commission, and I'm representing it for this matter. First, congratulations, Mr. DeFerranti, on becoming Chair, and congratulations, Ms. Garvey, on your new term. The Planning Commission held its public hearing for the Ames Center site plan application on January 11th and voted unanimously with one recusal to recommend to the board approval of the rezoning and easement vacations and to recommend the site plan as proposed by the county manager. In addition, the commission voted unanimously to recommend a site plan condition that the developer include the balcony planters as proposed over at least the bottom 1/3 of the project. The commission further voted 7-4 to include a recommendation that staff and the applicant continue to work to find a design solution that does not otherwise violate the spirit of the Roslyn sector plan for the 13-foot excess elevator overrun structure. The proposed project is consistent with the provisions of the comprehensive plan and the Roslyn sector plan. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the general land use plan. Previous to the Planning Commission meeting, this was the second project to go through a completely virtual SPRC process. Those meetings were well attended, and the applicant and county staff made a number of modifications to the project in response to community and commission input. The public comments at the SPRCs and PC concerned the loss of street parking, the applicant's commitment to maintaining the balcony plantings, and the type of plantings that would be put into the new 18th Street corridor. The commenters also praised the on-site affordable housing and the biophilic elements in the design. For transportation, we discussed parking, and while we would have preferred less structured parking, we nonetheless approved the 0.72 residential parking ratio, noting that the applicant had removed one above-grade parking level and is building the other levels such that they can be converted at some point to occupied space. There are numerous improvements to pedestrian circulation, including the removal of the slip lane, 2 skywalks, other intersection improvements, and the addition of the 18th Street North pedestrian corridor with accessibility features. Bike lanes and cycle tracks are being added as per the sector plan for Fort Myer Drive and North Nash. The sustainability, the project is LEED Silver as noted, and the above ground parking will be EV ready. I think C2E2 has submitted their own comments. For design, the Planning Commission was impressed with the overall design of the project, in particular the woodland theme of the 18th Street corridor, the new church at the corner of North Nash and Fort Myer Drive, and the overall look of the towers, especially having the balcony planters as a feature. It is these planters that are subject to one of the 2 Planning Commission recommendations. Most discussion involved the height and design of the rooftop elevator overrun. It is in violation of the sector plan. The issue is whether elevator technology now requires this extra height, and if so, does this set a precedent that will encourage other developments to seek other types of exceptions to the sector plan limits, or whether this exception is de minimis and the project is overall within the spirit of the sector plan. After discussion, the Planning Commission recommended that the applicant and staff seek further design solutions that would be within the spirit of the sector plan. The Planning Commission dissenters to that vote were concerned about the precedent. For affordable housing, most noteworthy, the project will be providing 24 units on site to meet its affordable housing obligations, 12 of those which will be accessible units. There are currently no caps within the Roslyn Coordinated Redevelopment District, and there had been doubts that there would ever be any such units. This is one of the main attractive. Considering the matter, the Planning Commission noted that this is a very attractive project for a number of reasons. It moves us one more block closer to creating the 18th Street North pedestrian corridor, adds affordable housing on site, removes 2 skywalks, adds cycle tracks, makes pedestrian improvements, contributes to the eventual removal of the Fort Myer Drive tunnel. It has a sophisticated design that includes biophilic elements. As I mentioned, this is one of the first projects to be reviewed under the virtual SPRC pilot procedures. We are still learning from those and tweaking those procedures, but the Planning Commission sees the virtual SPRC meetings as overall a success. Another thing to sort of note here is that this is yet another Arlington site where a church will be sharing its site with multifamily housing. Thank you. That's the Planning Commission's report, and I'm available for any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lentelmi, for the thorough report and your leadership of the Planning Commission as well. We will likely have questions for you, but for now, we'll go on to the Housing Commission. And is Mr. Berkey here on behalf of the Housing Commission?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chair DeFerrante, and I will echo Jim's congratulations to you on becoming chair this year, and Happy New Year to the County Board. So the Housing Commission voted 9 in favor, none against, and with 1 abstention at our January 14th, 2021 meeting to recommend that the County Board approve the site plan as proposed this morning. Just off the top, as Jim was saying, this is a very exciting project. There's a lot to like from a community aspect, and the idea of getting 24 on-site committed affordable units in Roslyn, where we don't have any, it is quite commendable and very exciting for the county and for our affordable housing goals. So that being said, there are 2 things that I want to kind of direct your attention to as you consider this morning. First, in our recommendation, we recommended approval with the addition that the county board direct staff to communicate this development before it comes online to APS staff. I understand this is something that may be occurring already, but in discussion of this development, we did get to what is often discussed, which is, density that Ms. Crystal, Vice Chair Crystal raised earlier, and the controversy around that. I think it's fair to say that our commission in this vote supported, greater density and is supporting, the construction of additional housing, especially affordable housing. But we do recognize the challenges that Arlington Public Schools has faced and probably will face in the future with their facilities. And so we think a greater recognition and acknowledgement, of additional students, especially with this project, as I understand it, almost 50, I believe, additional elementary school students projected. That's something that we want the county to have a careful eye on as far as communicating with APS. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is we did have one abstention, and one of our commissioners noted that while this was an exciting project, he would have liked to have seen more than the 24 on-site units. And I bring this to your attention because this is a challenge that we always have as a commission, providing this kind of outside advisory role and then giving our recommendations to the county board. In a situation like this where there's complex negotiations going on, we always struggle to understand whether we are extracting enough value out of this deal. I think it's fair to say that we're getting a tremendous amount of value with the 24 on-site units as well as the contributions to the housing program and then the various other aspects of this deal. But I still pose that to you. Are we getting enough value? It's kind of a black box, and it's hard for us to know since we're not, privy to that process. And then the second kind of sub point there is, because there is a process for all of this, and it has been laid out, and it's something that the county staff has used for years. Is this kind of process working for us, for our housing goals? Again, not something that we would expect the county board to answer today, but, is it working? This is a very large redevelopment. We're getting 24 units, we're getting contributions, but, is that enough for our affordable housing needs? Are we getting enough value out of these deals as our neighbors in the county continue to see these developments fill up and these agreements being made? Are we doing enough to push our developer partners to meet our housing goals? So those are the 2 points that we just ask you to consider. But otherwise, this is a very exciting development, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Berkey, for your continued leadership of the Housing Commission and for kind of those 2 important additional points that you made. If you are able to stay close, we may have a question for you as well. So we have next C2E2, the Climate Change and Energy and Environment Commission, I believe, with our new C2E2, not E2C2. I believe Ms. McIntyre is here on behalf of the commission.
Yes, thank you. And good morning. I'm honored to have been chosen as chair for the Climate Change, Energy and Environment Commission. And yet it still takes a bit to get it running through my tongue. And look forward to working with the county board and the county staff over the next year. With respect to this project, from C2E2's perspective, we find it disappointing from a sustainability standpoint. As again, noted that LEED still remains the baseline for the operating green building incentive policy, while the new standard would require gold as the baseline. More importantly, is this building is going to be around for decades, and it's really inconsistent with the county's overarching goals to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. And even I think it runs counter to the applicant's own claim that they're designing for resiliency throughout the life cycle of the building. Although I do commend the applicant for looking for ways to include embedded carbon in the construction materials, which is a key part of trying to achieve carbon neutrality, but I don't think in the long run. We really are in a climate crisis. I mean, last year again was a record-shattering year for hurricanes, for wildfires, and also we tied again for record temperatures. So, the climate change is here. and we really need to take action essential to prevent a climate catastrophe. As we've mentioned before on other presentations, electrification is a key issue. This building is still intending to use natural gas for some of its HVAC systems, as well as centralized hot water systems. On-site combustion of natural gas really is not consistent with being carbon neutral and really has to be stopped considering as a transition fuel. We're past that time. The recent study that Stephen Winter Associates did on building electrification for the county made clear that electrifications for particularly HVAC systems are doable even for buildings of this nature, although it presents a little bit more of a design challenge, but the systems are there. It's not a maturing technology. Hot water systems centralized, especially where you're looking at the heat pump systems, which would be the more efficient hot water systems, are a bit of a challenge, but there are pilots going on. So, kind of maintaining and looking at what the options on that should be considered as part of this project. And the other issue is the plan is actually committing only to 15% energy efficiency improvements over the ASHRAE baseline. Again, 20% and actually ideally 25% more increase is much more consistent with supporting a goal for carbon neutrality. Would be nice if the applicant would look for, kind of a solar installation. Obviously, given the size of the building, it would be able to provide a whole lot of energy that the building would need, but it would be a good way of putting a demonstration and could be combined with green rooftops that, both, serve as a way to manage stormwater. So, but again, the other thing to consider is actually getting a virtual power purchase agreement, which the county's agreement with Amazon and Dominion shows that this is a possible way, and that would help advance the way of getting to carbon neutrality. Also, in general, the applicant should really be strongly encouraged to do a carbon zero study to find ways that both to maybe see where it is viable to actually build the building towards carbon zero standards from the onset, but at a minimum to actually design the building so that it can be kind of future-proofed and be able to convert over time to an all-electric building. I would actually commend the project for looking at ways to make sure they have the electrical infrastructure in the parking, in the underground parking, to be ready for EV. Some of that infrastructure may also help to provide the extra infrastructure that would be needed for an all-electric building. And actually, in that matter, is the design of the building so that the two above-ground parking lot could ultimately be converted to residential uses. I would note that a 0.72 ratio is still seems a bit high for an area which has excellent access to public transportation. So hopefully we would see over time that those parking spaces won't be used, and that space could be used for other elements. And also the biophilic elements are commendable with the woodland garden concept and in use of planters throughout the stories to add extra greenery. And the stormwater management, which is kind of tied with that, is good as trying to capture and slowly release and reduce some of the flooding challenges that might be faced. Again, the applicant might consider to look for ways to add more greenery, and also ways of maybe using some of the stormwater capture to water the landscape planting so that they can reduce the use of municipal water sources for this purpose. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. Thank you for your leadership of C2E2 and your comments. Please, if you'll stay with us, we may have questions for you. Very much appreciated. We have one more, as I understand, one more commission chair to speak on this that's looked at this. Is Bill Ross there, please?
Yes. Hello, everybody. Good morning and Happy New Year. I just wanted to follow up on a letter we had sent earlier we're pleased to support the project, and primarily for its intent to partially fulfill the sector plan's vision of the 18th Street corridor and its public space pedestrian-friendly features. Oops. You not hear me? Oh.
We can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Something clicked here. And we can always do more, but we're pleased with the biophilic design components within and surrounding the proposed buildings. And we hope this type of design focus will encourage future developers on other projects in Roslyn and throughout the county. As you know, we have an upcoming project or two in Roslyn, and we look forward to continuing an additional developer contributions to the open space and parks amenities that's called for in the sector plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ross, appreciate your continued leadership of the commission and your comments. So next, we will go to Madam Clerk to see if there are public speakers on this item.
We do. Our first speaker is Jane Siegel, followed by Audrey Clement.
Ms. Siegel.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Jane Siegel, and I'm here to make a personal statement about the project that we are reviewing this morning. I want to highlight the very effective framework within which the proposal to redevelop the Ames Center property, that is, of course, the Roslyn sector plan for the Roslyn Coordinated Redevelopment District, adopted by the board in the summer of 2015. This plan is one of Arlington's best, establishing a vision, design guidelines, and certain limitations that have encouraged good development and prevented development that would not contribute to the highest and best public use for this valuable part of the county. The Ames Center redevelopment proposal realizes a portion of a key feature of the plan, that is the 18th Street corridor, sometimes referred to as the Arlington Steps, which is intended to extend from North Quinn Street to Arlington Ridge Road, and which will also include areas for exclusive pedestrian and bicycle access. I want to recognize the many, many hours that staff spent and citizens contributed to the development of the plan, and now to its realization at the Ames site. This site plan, fortuitously designated as site plan number 1, is proof of our pudding, not only of the Roslyn sector plan itself, but of the Arlington Way, the robust public engagement which allowed the county to generate the enthusiasm and creativity that supported the development of the plan. You will find a list of all those who worked hard to develop the renewed Roslyn in the sector plan, and all should take pleasure in the part they have played. But I want to give a special shout out to Brian Harner, an architect and long-term Arlingtonian and a planning commissioner at the time, who taught how the natural, historical, monumental, and social settings of Roslyn could help us think about a plan for the new Roslyn skyline. It's ground plain.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel. Thank you. We appreciate your comments and your recognizing the positives that you see in the plan. Thank you very much for your comments. We have Ms. Clement next. Ms. Clement?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? I'm Audrey Clement, a Westover resident. Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm speaking on my own behalf and not on behalf of the Transportation Commission, which heard this item on January the 7th. This site plan will replace a 12-story office building and above-ground garage with two 30-story residential towers, quadrupling the density of a block in Roslyn that is already more congested than any other zip code in the county. The Transportation Commission was asked to approve this development without the benefit of a TIA or even a TIA executive summary. Staff take on faith the report of its transportation consultant that quadrupling the density of the site will have a negligible impact on nearby intersections. According to the staff report, Wells Associates concluded that, quote, with the future development of the site, the 8 signalized study intersections would continue to operate in the same manner if redevelopment did not occur on this site. Yet the Ames Center will generate 250 AM peak trips and 264 PM peak trips per day. The Ames Center alone will dump 574 vehicles from 740 new residential units on Roslyn streets. According to the staff report for the redeveloped Marriott site, the Marriott will dump another 623 vehicles. The Holiday Inn directly across the street from the Marriott and down the street from the Ames Center will dump 818 vehicles housed in 2 garages. These developments could easily triple the amount of traffic at Lee Highway and Fort Myer Drive, an intersection that is currently operating at LOSF. According to the TIA done for the Marriott in 2019, the combined impacts of 4 recent developments exclusive of pipeline projects at the Marriott, Holiday Inn, Ames Center, Roslyn Gateway, and Roslyn Plaza was 17,664 vehicle trips per day. While it is commendable that the developer has scaled back Ames Center parking 2.72 spaces per unit, the development itself is densification on steroids. What difference does it make if most people take transit when nearby streets are impassable? What good is it if the architecture has biophilic elements but no renewable energy? Of what benefit are luxury accommodations inside when the only green space outside consists of potted plants? Of what benefit is a spacious apartment when there's no seat for your child in the classroom? As usual, these and other impacts have not been adequately addressed by county staff or commissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Gifford Hampshire, followed by Bernard Byrne.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Gifford Hampshire. I'm with the firm of Blankenship and Keith, and I thank you for welcoming me today. And a special hello to the county attorney, Mr. McIsaac, with whom I worked many years ago in Prince William County. I represent Soho LLC, Southerly Hotels, which is the operator of the Hyatt Centric, which is adjoining this site at 1325 Wilson Boulevard. Hyatt has operated the hotel for many years, although my client has only owned it since 2018. And I'm submitting these comments on behalf of Soho LLC. The county board should know that the density requested by this special exception is premised on construction to the property line, which in turn is a matter of dispute between Hyatt and Ames, and that matter is currently before the Arlington Circuit Court and is under consideration by the judge with a decision expected soon. But regardless of the outcome of that litigation, Hyatt is concerned that the height allowed, even with the special exception in the CO Roslyn mixed-use district, is twice that which is allowed by the zoning ordinance at 4.8 FAR, and almost twice the height allowed at 180 feet. The zoning ordinance talks to this at section 7.15.4 and does say that where a development honors certain elements of the sector plan, that additional density may be allowed up to 10.0 FAR. But it does not say that 10.0 FAR has to be allowed. And it is, I grant you, a judgment call by the county board whether 10.0 FAR should be allowed in this case. But the point I'd like to make, though, is that the significant density, as has been talked to before by several of the other speakers, does not seem to be justified by the contributions and the other elements of this project when you consider that some of the impacts upon the community that were talked about by Ms. Clement, for example. Now, it is commendable to reduce car trips and that sort of thing, but the fact remains that the number of travel lanes leading up Nash Street up to the Wilson Boulevard will be reduced from 7 to 2. And the fact remains that regardless of the merits of making this a pedestrian-friendly development, automobile travel is still going to be necessary from points north and west, certainly, to get to our hotel. And that travel is going to be significantly reduced. Notably, the TIA says that the intersection at North Nash and Wilson Boulevard will function at an F, and the intersection at Key Boulevard and Nash will also function at an F. So those are going to be some profound impacts upon my client, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hampshire. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is, and I believe our final speaker is Bernard Byrne, although I'm checking on one other possible speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Bernie Byrne. I participated in this public engagement from the very beginning, and we found that staff ignored me completely. The Planning Commission, I testified them, they ignored me completely, which is typical of your public engagement. If they say it's working, it is not, because the staff basically runs it and they do what they feel like. Now, the biggest problem with this building is with the effect on the observation deck, the view from the observation deck from Central Place. It's going to block it completely, wherever it is. What you need to realize is if the sector plan says, as in this passport, building heights are to maximize all view corridors from the observation deck, with special attention to protect and enhance high priority public observation view corridors. In other words, that's just all corridors. This project is going to completely block the view to the west. You may lose the view of the Roslyn-Boston corridor. You will probably lose the view of I-66. Unfortunately, well, I don't know if unfortunately it's probably purposeful, the sector plan didn't care about this. It was probably generated because there was existing that Wilson Boulevard building was being planned at the time. You need to revise the sector plan. It's very important. Otherwise, this view, all the priority view cars are toward federal property and not toward Arlington property. If this is not changed and you don't stop this thing, nobody's going to be able to see where they live in Arlington. And right now, the observation deck is only open to people from Arlington, and you gave them a lot of bonus density for that. And here you are, a building blocking that view of their own homes and where they live. You need to really basically revisit the sector plan. And also, you could stop by talking about this building. It's about 40 feet high. The north building is about 30 feet higher than the sector plan, than a priority view corridor would. The south building, the south building is about 40 feet higher. As I say, if this continues, no more views of Arlington to the north or the south, to the north of the south and the west. Stop this before it's too late. Okay, this business about the little elevator thing, that's minor compared to the overall damage. The other thing is biophilia, which is not biophilic despite what they're saying. If you look at the view closely at the western part of the plaza, it's pavement. There's a few little areas of where the trees planted, but most of it's pavement on the western view of that walk with the 18th Street corridor. This is not biophilic. You need a lot more plantings. In addition, they're talking about a woodland view. Well, if you have woodland view, you don't put things like milkweed for monarch butterflies, and you have a milkweed pledge. So basically, they should not be planting grasses here. And they have to remember, they talk to the county's naturalist along the Obligatus to say what to plant here, because we need to keep our milkweeds. We need to plant milkweeds, and we have to not plant grasses in there, which do not help pollinators.
Thank you
that's
for your.
Basically, it helps
thank
the pollinators, not plant grasses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Byrne. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers on this item?
No, that is our final speaker.
Okay, then the conversation is with the board. And colleagues, I have a few topics to seek to organize our discussion. We had the sustainability of the project as a whole and the design. Sustainability and green related issues, LEED, et cetera, and issues raised by C2E2 in part, but in the project as well. We had discussion of public art, specific discussion of planters, the housing contribution, the elevator overrun, and then comments on transportation and traffic. Does that cover, or do colleagues have additional subjects that they would like to put out there for us to cover?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if it was included in your list, but certainly 18th Street and the treatment thereof.
Yes, 18th Street. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Colleagues, any other topics for discussion?
Mr. DeFranti, or Mr. Chair, I don't know that this requires a whole separate bucket, but I think there were some interesting questions about student generation factors raised by Housing Commission that I'd love the chance to follow up on with some queries.
Yep. Great. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Okay. Hearing no other items from Mr. Garvey or Ms. Garvey or Mr. Karantonis, we will start with some of these subjects. I propose that we would start with public art, will that work for colleagues? So there's discussion of in the comments that we received of the public art contribution, and I thought I'd try Ms. Crystal if you want to start us out on that topic.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I did want to explore this a little bit as the liaison to the Arts Commission in particular. The question before us, and I know we didn't have Chair Bedell or others from the Public Art Commission, but they did raise pretty significant concerns, was essentially that this project's public art contributions are an order of magnitude, really, I don't think that's an overstatement, less than others that we've seen in the Roslyn area. And that Roslyn in particular, public art has been a notable feature and a notable way of creating a sense of space and indeed making Roslyn a destination for tourists and others. You know, I have appreciated the opportunity to explore this with our staff, and I think it bears not lengthy, but at least a brief exploration of some of these concerns today. And let me start with sort of surfacing this piece and perhaps asking staff to react to it. The Roslyn sector plan is really clear that the 18th Street corridor should be a key opportunity for public art. It actually specifies that we should have a corridor-wide public art plan. And this project, of course, is going to deliver quite a bit of the 18th Street corridor. Could I just start by asking our planning staff to speak a little bit to how they understood the guidance of the sector plan with regard to public art in this future corridor, how they understand that relating to this project, and how they see the spirit of the sector plan being fulfilled in that project with regard to public art.
Hi, this is Michael Cullen, again with planning. I'm going to share my screen again. You should be able to see this slide.
Yes.
And if you will allow me a somewhat lengthy response, I'll just point out that the sector plan, you know, as you mentioned, it identifies the 18th Street corridor as an opportunity for public art, and that includes potentially new artwork or rotating artwork installations, and it actually recommends implementation through a public art plan, and that's under Implementation Action 54. The timeline envisioned for that action item is 4 to 9 years to begin substantial work on the initiative from the sector plan's approval in 2015. And I would add, unlike the Corridor of Light project, the plan does not tie this action to site plan redevelopment for implementation. And then just going further, delivery of the public plaza with this project, I think in staff's view, is it would provide a space for potential new art installations, which would then create an opportunity for development of the public art plan as part of a unified corridor. And then the timeline of that plan can be developed under a future work plan, and then future funding sources can be identified for implementation at that time.
So that's helpful. And I think to just put a finer point on it, we can't develop a public art plan for the 18th Street corridor, or we could, but it would be pretty hypothetical if we don't have an 18th Street corridor.
That's true. That's correct. And that's kind of what we mean is, this is sort of it allows sort of that for that process in the future by creating sort of an opportunity space for implementation of, the items that plan would sort of call for.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And I'll just share my own thinking and then leave it there because I see some colleagues' hands going up. I would just say, given that the delivery of the 18th Street corridor is one of the marquee community benefits, along with the really exciting work on affordable housing and transportation of this project, it's sort of a necessary but not sufficient step to achieve this vision in the sector plan for the 18th Street corridor with regard to art. And so, for me, I do see a massive contribution to what will be necessary if we're going to realize that vision, even though it's not in the form of an individual work or contribution of cash to commission a work. The one thing I would like to see is to know that this goal is going to keep going. Since again, having 18th Street corridor is necessary but not sufficient to actually get to a public art plan for the 18th Street corridor. Mr. Cullen, I appreciate your saying that there is an opportunity to develop a planning timeline. My understanding from asking our public arts staff as well is that they would have the capacity to work with you all as well to develop that planning timeline. And I'm interested in seeing that. I'd like to know that this is going to move forward as the 18th Street corridor is realized, consistent with actually the adopted policy of the county board. When the board adopted the realized Roslyn plan, it adopted this implementation action, among others. So I don't think it needs new action today from the board, but maybe an opportunity that I'll try to take anyway to say that this would be indeed a priority. I think this is a way that we make that 18th Street corridor more of a place, potentially use public art to reflect some of our community values, whether it's the diversity of Roslyn, for example, or others. And so let's not miss this opportunity is the note on which I'll end. So Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to surface those issues, and I'll yield.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. We will certainly have other rounds, but that's a very helpful, for me, description of the public art and the Arts Commission's concerns. I see colleagues' hands, I think Ms. Garvey and then Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll be quick. I appreciate Ms. Crystal raising this, and in listening to it, if I can continue the metaphor, it feels like what this project is doing is actually providing the canvas for the art to go on. And that's a major step. And Ms. Crystal, I say, I think, no, we don't have to do it right now, but, I too would appreciate at some point, I don't know when the timing is, but a report back on how the plan's going, how the art plan is going, so that we don't wait until, we don't have to wait years to find out, that we can get kind of some updates. So I would appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. And then to Mr. Karantonis, I also think maybe Mr. Dorsey, we talked a little bit about the 18th Street corridor, and if you have thoughts on that, let's go to Mr. Karantonis, and then you can mull whether this is the time for the 18th Street issues you wanted to surface. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have absolutely no doubt that the contribution of the 18th Street breakthrough through this block, the vision, is a major deliverable and public benefit for Arlington, and it's completely consistent with the Roslyn sector plan. It's completely consistent with the vision for Roslyn. It's not, and I want always to be very clear about that. I see this kind of benefits not only as a benefit for our community, but also as a solid value proposition for the developer as well. The project itself gains a lot of value through realizing this vision. And I believe that it's improves the entire feeling of the building, its urban presence, how it works and how it's perceived by its future users and tenants and owners. What I am concerned about is that this is really a very big investment. And with a big investment in such a vibrant place like Roslyn, where public art plays a significant key placemaking role, this was the absence of public art was one of the big elements that, got us quite some bad press in the past that didn't look valuable to a lot of citizens. It didn't age well. It didn't create the patina and the urban feeling. Public art is really a remedy to that. It's very little money for really big, returns. So one issue is for me, I understand that the developer is contributing the minimum, $75,000 to the Public Art Fund. My question is the following. Number one is, did we discuss with the developer whether at the design phase, there would be public art elements or a public art project that could be already incorporated and built in the plaza that the project will deliver, for example? And if not, wouldn't this be an opportunity to actually say, yes, this is a special project. This brings a lot on the table. Shouldn't we design the plaza to be already public art ready, to use a common term? Because there's a lot that can be done, and we know in Roslyn that a lot can be done because we did it in the plaza just next door. So that's my answer. That's my question. Would we like to up our game here?
I think it's for Mr. Cullen, perhaps, and maybe also the applicant.
Sure, I can jump in first. One thing I do want to point out is that, I think as mentioned, this is the, quote unquote standard public art contribution, that's captured in the conditions. But that condition provides an opportunity. So there is a base contribution of $75,000 or an opportunity for the applicant to work with the Public Art Commission to actually implement art on site. So there is always that option, and they always have that opportunity to take advantage of that.
So was there a phase of the negotiation where there was the potential of actually doing something on site and by the developer by design and incorporating that in the phasing of the building?
It sounds like we have Mr. Cullen and also Mr. Schreiber. Mr. Schreiber, did you want to speak to this as well?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So thank you, board members. This is Aaron Schreiber with the Planning Division. And what I would say is Michael is exactly right. We did look at the opportunity for including public art here, and the condition would allow that should they desire that. And we had conversations with the applicant around this. But again, the package that's being presented to you by the manager, the attempt was to have a well-balanced package, which addressed many of the significant goals of the Roslyn sector plan. And when we looked at public art, one of the critical elements is, 18th Street corridor is such an important aspect of the Roslyn sector plan because it provides a transportation and an open space benefit. And it also gives this what we sometimes refer to as a canvas or an opportunity for those public art installations. So in the absence of a plan, we really focused our efforts here on some of those transportation, open space, affordable housing commitments. However, we have had conversations with the applicant, and I think they can probably speak to this, is that, with them providing the 18th Street corridor, which they will be building and they will be maintaining, and it will have a public access easement and public use and access easement over it, it will provide the opportunities for the installation of art pieces, whether those be permanent or whether those be provided on a rotating basis. So again, our first effort was really trying to have an opportunity for the installation. And then that's something, once the plan gets prepared and is delivered, this is a site which can actually support that moving forward. So that's how we looked at it from a public art perspective, and really in this attempt to have this balanced overall plan that is being presented to you today.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber. Mr. Karantonis, that may address it. I don't know if you have additional questions or whether the applicant wants to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have additional questions. It definitely doesn't satisfy me. That's true. I believe that public art is not a negligible part of the delivery of a project. It's a great part of the design idea. It really shapes the idea of how a building fits in the public realm. It creates place, and that's of very high value, both for us, for the public interest, and for the developer. This is really a partnership here on public art, and this is how we have to understand that and negotiate that. And I will try to champion it as much as I can. And again, I'm not, diminishing the importance of delivering a critical piece of the 18th Street corridor and what my colleagues call the canvas for future use.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for both points. I think we'll see if we can talk a little bit about the 18th Street corridor and Mr. Dorsey, your concerns, if you're ready.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my concerns about 18th Street, or my questions, really just concern what has been described as the biophilic nature of 18th Street. And so from the renderings that we have been provided, we certainly see the distribution of space to hardscape versus space devoted to trees. And while it certainly looks greener than your typical project, for it to be biophilic, it has to be more than ornamental green space in nature. So I would just be interested in hearing perhaps from Mr. Abela about how this project is actually intentionally supporting and reflective of biophilic design principles, and how you would point to specific elements of what you're doing on 18th Street to support the overall characterization of this as a biophilic improvement consistent with our priorities in the county.
Sure, thank you for the question. And I guess I would start by saying the project as a whole, and not just the 18th Street corridor, but through the other terraces you saw in the massing of the building, aims for biophilic. And in a large way, the biophilic side of it is about the relationship of people to green space. And so we've worked really hard to think about how the areas where we are providing green space, one is how do we give them the maximum ability to thrive as green spaces. So we spent a lot of time working on appropriate soil depth and continuous planters because we are overstructured in these areas. And then arranging and locating the composition in a way that coordinates views and composes views and creates opportunities for people to not just move through the space and see it from a distance and get the sense of greenery, but also to be in the space and be surrounded by the greenery. And so you'll see there's moments in the plan where you can sit next to the planters, but there's also moments where you can be inside the planters and come to a different kind of environment. Secondly, in terms of providing environment, you'll because of the orientation of the site, this is a north-facing site, and so the shade garden concept, which the plants are based on, is also reacting to the environment we're in. And so the kinds of plants you get in the shade tend to be bigger leafed, at the ground plane, bigger leafed, coarser plants, and they have their own unique qualities. But on the canopy, we're purposely choosing finer grained textures that will allow more filtered light to come through. And it's known in biophilic studies that that kind of dappled light that comes through those canopies adds to a sense of wellness and comfort and calm that is much of the biophilic design strategies. And then in the building itself, we've really worked hard with the architecture to coordinate the experience of the spaces from inside to outside, and making sure that there's views through and across green, so you're always seeing the connection between where people are and where the green is. Does that start to answer your question, Mr. Dorsey?
It does. I wanted to see if there may be other elements that we could explore. There have been public comments about ground cover and its ability to attract pollinators, for example, and other cities and communities. Instead of just allowing people to sit in plantings, you have plantings that are made of materials that can enhance the biophilic nature of the site, also contribute to better air quality, better stormwater management. It's seen in structures, it's seen in ground covers, and not just and not just plantings. So is there a process for exploring how you might maximize the site that way?
We are we are continuing to develop the planting palette. We've heard the comments about pollinators. A lot of the suggestions are sun-loving plants, unfortunately, but there are shade-loving pollinator plants. We do need to balance those with public sitting next to, say, bees, for example. We've had issues before where those aren't always in conflict. So finding the right places. In terms of stormwater, we are capturing the roof water through bioretention planters on the terraces. So that is part of the process. And certainly, this is the planters. It's not a grass and trees kind of environment. We are going to work very hard to create seasonality and ensure that the composition is something that is ecologically healthy. I think is probably the best way to describe it. And it's composed as groups of plants that thrive together are interesting throughout the seasons and not just in the spring.
Thank you. I'll yield, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see we'll get to you, Mr. Karantonis. I see Mr. Whitmore has a hand up as well. Did you want to address this?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just had, to Mr. Dorsey's question, a much more practical and boring explanation as well. Is that we're going to be putting in a final landscape plan following if we're able to be approved. It's going to involve a lot of work with the urban forester, landscape, county staff, so that we're going to be refining and adding to that plan as we go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis.
Actually, Mr. Whitmore touched upon what I wanted to talk about and ask. So I recognize that there are some challenges in this passage, the 18th Street corridor. I see that the building has, the neighbors are high, there are shadows, and there are definitely constraints on the type of vegetation and the type of gardening and landscaping that can happen there. On top of that, I've seen that there is what appears to be, in my opinion, not a ratio between hardscape and landscape that could, a ratio that could be improvable. Is that something that will be, and that's a question for staff as well, is that something that could be improved and negotiated when, in the course of discussing the landscape plan, the final landscape plan?
I don't know if that's Mr. Cullen or Mr. Schreiber.
So how much of a modification can happen there from what we have seen in the renderings?
That's always again, this is Michael Cullen with planning. That's always possible, and I think really that's why the detailed landscape review is relegated to the final landscape plan post approval, to allow that administrative flexibility based on the final conditions that are constructed. I'll just add, in staff's review of the plaza, we feel it is consistent with the sector plan recommendations, and certainly there is a balance between hardscape area and green space, but as was mentioned, it does call for passive use space, and so we think there's an appropriate mix in terms of space that can be used by people versus space that can be planted.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Okay, thank you. So I propose we would go on to, just for folks' awareness, planters, and then perhaps the elevator issue. There are others, but of course, but on the planters, we have a substitute or a condition that is the recommendation from the Planning Commission. And I just want to open the floor to colleagues. I will say I do have a question, probably both for Mr. Cullen and then for perhaps the applicant. The series of renderings, the drawings seem to show, and this is an issue I know Mr. Dorsey has an interest in, seem to show the planters most of the way up. There are a few that we saw in today's presentation that were closer to a third of the way up the buildings. And Wondered if this is, Mr. Cullen, we had an expectation as you worked with the applicant of plantings going all the way up the building or a third of the way, if you have perspective on the Planning Commission's discussions in this issue.
Sure. I think the first part is that, we feel that the facade design is a good one and it's a high quality design consistent with the sector plan. Our primary concern was with how the project was being represented throughout the public process. And again, most of the renderings throughout had shown sort of this green vegetation up the entire facade. That was certainly recognized by Planning Commission. And I think in sort of discussion with the applicant at that meeting, that sort of is how their recommendation was borne out, that specifically recommended the planters be provided at a minimum on the lower third of the building. So we agree with that recommendation, and actually our condition, it speaks to that, and it provides specific levels that not just planters, but the actual irrigation infrastructure has to be provided, to allow those planters to thrive.
Got it. Thank you. I know we've got a number of questions. I know Ms. Garvey, you were next, and then Mr. Dorsey as well. Go ahead, Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. It takes me a minute to unmute myself. So I wonder if we could see the, Mr. Whitmore, I think it was your last slide, the final slide in your presentation. Can you pop that up?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Oh, yeah, I know. It takes a minute. Thank you.
Can you see that?
No. Here we come. Yeah. So I think this shows plantings. It's hard to tell with the shade whether they're plantings or not. Because sitting back here when I'm seeing it, I'm thinking, oh yeah, there they are, those pretty plants all the way up the side. But I see with the shading, it's not necessarily that way. But it all gets to my question. I mean, we've seen when we saw these pictures, that's basically the pictures you were showing when you started earlier. That showed plants going all up and down the building. Not every balcony, but at least distributed throughout the building. Frankly, that's what I would like to have. So could you talk a little bit about why you can't do that? And I'd like to ask staff to discuss it as well, because I'm not so happy with the 1/3 on the way up. I just think when it comes to biophilia and how it makes you feel, it is a beautiful building. I love the pleating. I mean, it's great. But the plants add so much more, and that's kind of what we were for a long time expecting. So could you talk a little bit about why you can't do that? Yeah.
Happy to. Appreciate the question, Ms. Garvey. So as we began this process, I think we tried to make clear during SPRC and other meetings that these plantings that were shown on the original renderings going all the way up the building were aspirational. And our concern from the beginning was what the survivability of those plants would be. And so as we went through this process, as you know, the designs continue to mature as the public process goes forward. And as we continued to study this, we realized that there was a very low likelihood of survivability of plants on the upper portions of the building. So as a result, we revised our renderings as we moved toward Planning Commission to reflect that we no longer were going to be able to aspire to the entire building because it just wasn't practical. The Planning Commission, I think, rightly brought up the fact that, look, we've seen these renderings. We would like to see some commitment from the applicant to making those initial plantings and to getting those plantings on at least a portion of the building where we think it's survivable. And so that was kind of the genesis of this condition where, previously we did not have any commitment to these, where we've now committed to having planters on certain levels of the building where we think it's actually practical for them to be able to get by and survive. So that's kind of the history of where this issue has gone.
Thank you. That's helpful. Could you explain to me why they can't survive higher? That's another thing I'm not quite understanding, because I believe there are buildings otherwhere in the world that have done that. And I'm familiar with the concept of not growing above the tree line, but we're not there, of course. So could you explain a little bit more why it's not, I assume it's a matter of what kind of plants you pick, but this is not my field of expertise at all. So could you explain that?
It is not mine either, and so I will defer. I don't know if that's Rodrigo or if that's Tim Fremel from Snell that can answer a little more.
Let me jump in just from a plant perspective. The real concern here is really about wind. As you get higher and higher, the wind patterns and the strength of the wind is something that it's really hard to quantify and understand how the plants will work. We've successfully planted buildings up to 100 feet, and so we have some confidence in that lower third. But as you go up and up, it's just because of the dynamics of the different buildings, it's just hard to know how well the plants will do long term with the wind conditions, even though we are making an effort to select plants that are drought tolerant and hardy. Like you might find in a rock outcropping, for example. It's just really difficult to make any absolute claims about those heights.
Okay, would love to see you try. Yeah, there are plants that survive in really windy conditions. Maybe you can't see them so well; they might not, drape over the way you show. But yeah, I'm certainly interested in trying to see higher than just one third. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, and we'll go to Mr. Dorsey and then you, Mr. Karantonis, because I know Mr. Dorsey has talked to some about this, and we'll get to you, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I associate myself with Ms. Garvey's remarks. I'd really like to see you go through every effort to go as high as you possibly can. I'll reluctantly be satisfied with the condition as written, knowing that there will at least be a full effort on, getting the lower third of the building. Just as a general opinion, I'd really like to avoid the practice of socializing with our community and with our commissions renderings that are not grounded in anything beyond aspiration. As everyone knows, constituencies can be built up in support or against projects based on what people see. And, to the extent that those are not really grounded in what you have a reasonable expectation of delivering is just really a disservice to the community engagement process. So, I appreciate the explanations. We'll have to defer to people who know these issues of survivability better than I do. But we can do better as we consider these kinds of issues in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. We'll go to Mr. Karantonis. I did want to just offer a thought or a question. I wonder if whether the applicant has thoughts about trying to go further, and then the maintenance of whether the plantings would survive would be individually, unit by unit determined. But wanted to at least get that thought out there as for Mr. Whitmore and colleagues. But Mr. Karantonis.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find this discussion very interesting because the survivability and the viability of a green facade of planted elements, of biophilic elements, has a lot to do with whether we incorporate in the design of the building the elements that will help to maintain the plants. So, with other words, planters now doesn't equal planters, and I will try to illustrate what I'm saying here. Madam Clerk, can I share a slide from my computer for a moment? Probably yes. Let me try that.
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. So here you can see from a completely unrelated project, but these are biophilic balconies. And as you see here, I have a detail of how planters look when they're incorporated in the design of the project. So these planters are designed to function with many sustainability components and many resilience components, so that they function without, adding too much maintenance, without requiring too expensive irrigation systems, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying that I'm expecting that right now from this project, but this is kind of the idea. Let me get back to the So the idea is that when we talk about planters, when we go into the project, we want to show how the biophilic elements actually are supposed to work. It educates us here on this side of the dice, and actually I believe it educates also the general public, the planning commission, etc. These elements need to be incorporated in the design. This is the whole point, and the big difference between an ornamental element and actually a biophilic element. This is why I approach with understanding of the constraints and appreciation for all the other contributions of the project to the public interest and to public benefits. But I want really to make a case that here we have to be more specific when we say what kind of planters are we going to have? How are they working? Are they a fixed part of these balconies or not? And what does this mean for the rest of the design of the building?
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and for showing your screen with your clear, real interest in the education that you're suggesting. So I guess my current instinct, subject to colleagues, we have the 1/3 of the way up. I would suggest that we maybe go on and discuss elevators and then come back if just to try and wrap up planters as we keep moving forward. So the elevator is 13 feet above. Mr. Whitmore provided background, Mr. Cullen as well. I don't know if colleagues have questions on this. I will start with Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if anyone, either county staff or the applicant, had any exhibits that show the view sheds for the non-priority view corridors, just so that we could have a 360-degree assessment of the impact of the elevator overrun on all views.
Mr. Dorsey, to make sure I understand, is your question whether we have basically other views of the overruns, or are you asking, or other views from the observation deck? I'm not clear.
From the observation deck in all view corridors?
We do not have any other views beyond those that we have that I showed you in our presentation. Okay. I'm going to share my screen and see if any of this is helpful to you.
Actually, Board Member Dorsey, this is Michael Cullen again. If you want, I mean, this is, I think, perhaps helpful in seeing the proposed massing. In the staff presentation, we do have a slide that shows the overall map with priority view corridors. I don't know if that would be helpful. It's zoomed out pretty far, such that you really can't see the buildings in context.
Yeah. It's not necessary. I mean, I think I generally know sort of where this leads. Can we speak a little bit about, and this question would be for Mr. Whitmore and the applicant, your desired way to treat your proposal, if granted the 13 feet of height, is to mirror the look of the actual structure with the precast treatment. Can you just speak a little bit more about why you desire that?
Kedrick, I can take that if you'd like.
Please.
Yes, this is Robert Sponseller, the architect. Our idea was that, the footprint of these elevator overruns, being one elevator per building, are the equivalent of about 1.5% of the floor plate itself. It's sort of a minor overrun, so we didn't think it should be a grand statement. We wanted it to be a quiet resolution at the top of the building, and so we used the undulations of the skin that we had done on the facades I described earlier to basically just encapsulate these overruns in the same material to raise as few questions as possible, and have the overruns kind of disappear into the background.
Okay. Thank you.
You want to go to, we can, you may have additional questions on this one, Ms. Garvey, and then we can come back. Yep. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Whitmore, can you go back to the first slide you put up for Mr. Dorsey? Yeah, that one. And I'm just, this is really more of a comment. One, for me, the overrun really does seem to be sort of de minimis given everything else fitting in there. And I think the fact that the view sheds are, the priority view sheds are maintained, I'm comfortable with that. But this shot shows me again how what's really kind of not attractive are all those white roofs. And again, if we could make them green with maybe it's even a tundra grass of some sort that survives on heights, that to me would do a whole lot more than worrying about masking the, and I'm willing to probably go with that if that's where everybody is. But what I'd really like to see is making it green on the top of the roof. And I think that would do a whole lot more, and some low shrubs or something that would survive well, screening it a little bit. So just another sort of shout out for biophilia. I just think that would do a lot in making it more attractive, helping the biophilic nature of it with the heat islands and everything else. So I'm just saying I'd prefer that to that. To me, the problem is that big white space, not the little white bump. So that's all. That's more of a comment than anything else.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I don't know that that has been surfaced extensively. I know there's a Planning Commission recommendation. Want to get to Ms. Crystal, but also I think we'll probably want the applicant's thoughts on this eventually. Yeah. Mr. Whitmore?
I'll let Mr. Sponsler respond to that one as well, related to the roof.
Thank you, Kedrick. I'll address the surface area question first. As we develop the building further in the resolution of our mechanical systems that we're putting into the building, we are showing in this view, if you could zoom in just a little bit, Kedrick, it would be helpful. As we develop the systems further, we will be forming additional inevitable pockets in that surface that are recessed into the building for the equipment. So the expanse of flat area won't be quite as much as shown here. It may diminish by 30%. It won't be as extensive, if that helps the conversation. All of that will be below the white surface that we're showing you here. We are using a light colored material for the roof covering. That helps with to reduce our solar heat gain effect. And any green roof that we put up on the top of this building has to be able to withstand those very intense wind forces. And I might ask Rodrigo to jump in on the viability of that. But we know it is quite intense to put green roofs up at this height of the buildings. And all of the water treatment that would be accomplished from the green up here is actually being accomplished at the lower levels of the building, where it's a little bit more removed from the wind. So I think the impact of turning this green is going to be a little less than is rendered here because of our inevitable additional mechanical pockets that are set into that roof area. It won't be quite as expansive, if that helps the question. And then maybe, Rodrigo, you could speak to the challenges of green at this height of over 300 feet.
Sure. I'll add that the challenges on the roof are different than on the facade, especially because we do have full solar orientation, and in green roofs, there are systems that you basically net them down, and so there's ways to mitigate the effects of the wind. So it's more feasible and more understood than the facades. But I would also add, but it's still challenging, and you have to go through some gymnastics to make it work. But it's more in the realm of the understood and doable. However, I would add that in terms of biophilia and visibility, if you look at the renderings, not the bird's eye view, but the other renderings, the actual surface of the roof, as opposed to the overruns, is not really visible in any significant way. And the kinds of plants you put on the green roof tend to be the 4 to 6 inch deep trays of sedums, which would really be flat and not visible from a distance or from any of the surrounding buildings.
Okay, thank you. That helps. I mean, again, I'm getting out of my realm. I think 4 to 6 inches of something that actually grows up there that a bird could land on, or, you know, and when you're looking at it, I realize very few would see it. But it just feels to me like that would be better than the white. So it's really more personal, and we haven't gotten into that much. At some point with staff, I'd like to talk to them about that. I think our whole biophilia, you know, plan and what we're planning to do, we really need to start looking at rooftops, because as you can see in all those pictures, we've got a ton of rooftops. And I just think we could do a whole lot more with them than paint them white. But I understand how we're here at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I think I saw Ms. Crystal, your hand up. Is that right?
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question largely for the applicant. You, Ms. Garvey, described the overruns with the elevator that you're proposing as de minimis, and I think that's right, although I would say it's de minimis also in context of a pair of massive projects. I mean, 30 and 31-story buildings, these will be among the tallest in Arlington County, and I don't think that's anything to be you know, reflexively afraid of or concerned about, right? The sector plan calls for and invites extraordinary heights for, you know, extraordinary achievements. We've talked about, for example, the 18th Street that this will deliver and other areas. I am concerned about or afraid about precedent in the way that some who voted on the Planning Commission are as well. I recall well during the time of codifying the Heights Plan and realize, Roslyn, this worry from the community that what are supposed to be extraordinary heights just become the baseline, right? And then there's always this push to get a little past it, to get a little more. And so these hard fought or hard discussed conversations about the how to achieve those peaks and valleys, you know, what height does work from an urban design perspective, from a density perspective or otherwise, gets chipped away at. And so I have to ask, and forgive me for putting this bluntly, you know, in a 31-story building, is there no other way to have accommodated or absorbed some of that 13-story height so that we didn't have to find ourselves here of sort of pushing or quibbling over the exceptional height that has already been baked into this project, the exceptional height above that has already been granted for the penthouse, but rather for yet another 13 feet. So, you know, I think for the applicant, you get my drift of what I'm asking. Tell me why it wasn't possible to sort of absorb that somewhere else, and you find yourselves before the board asking to go yet another 13 feet beyond what the sector plan specifies.
Sure, that's a fair question. And I'll once again call on Robert to talk a little more about the technology and how this works, because that is beyond my depth.
Okay, thank
you. Thank you, Kedrick. So I can speak to, I guess I'll start with the precedent issue. Just to put this issue in context with height generally for the board, the technology that we're using is required on the runs that are at this height of roughly 300 feet. If the buildings are about 50 feet shorter or 4 to 5 stories shorter than this, they actually can use another elevator technology. So we do tall buildings in all of our surrounding jurisdictions. Some are taller than this. And whenever we go above, roughly 250 feet, we're really pushed into this type of elevator technology that requires the 35 feet overrun, the 36 feet of overrun. And so this is a specific issue related to the design of elevators and the relative building height. So the precedent would only apply, in my opinion, to buildings that are above roughly 250 feet. And we could drill in on that threshold if that's helpful. The workaround would require either lowering the mechanical equipment and lowering that floor down, losing that top story, as Kedrick had mentioned, or doing a workaround so that equipment and access is made via a stairway, a shift, sort of a crane set into the building, an opening in the floor to allow equipment to be taken up to one floor, moved over, and then taken up again. It's really about providing serviceable elements in the building by elevator. That's the real issue. And it's something that we do as standard practice on our tall buildings at this height.
So at risk of putting words in your mouth, you would essentially, in order to bring this building in, consistent with the sector plan to top its heights out at what the sector plan tops out at, you'd need to lose a floor.
We would either need to lower the floor that we're serving with the elevator, one story, or we could do a system of shuttling in the plan where we provide a lift adjacent to the elevator down at that lower level, remove a lot of program area on that level of service. It's more cumbersome for owning and maintaining the building over time, but there's a workaround that requires a sort of a new design of how you get things up to the top floor. And that is obviously not desirable in our opinion.
Yeah.
And not what we normally do.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that explication. I think having some of the, I'd say technical understanding, but I suppose that's not really technical. You've just translated it quite well for the layperson. I still struggle with this a little bit. I think if nothing else, we should have it on the record, as the Planning Commission did with regard to precedent. But I do appreciate the answers. I don't know if there's anything that our staff would want to add to this question of precedent, or, Mr. Cullen, I'm trying to recall if you were a part of the team that did realize Roslyn, just sort of to what extent, this was forecasted or foreseen. I know that you have a different point of view than the applicant about its compliance with the sector plan. And so I'd welcome the chance to hear that perspective.
Sure. Thank you, board member. I was not involved in Realize Roslyn or the sector plan initiative, but the one thing I would add is that, the sector plan, again, it does contemplate projections above the main building height under the zoning ordinance criteria. The zoning ordinance criteria are not strictly limited to mechanical penthouses. It includes a number of projections above the main building height, including parapet walls or chimneys, towers, things of that nature. So, while in this case the specific request is for additional height for these elevator overrun structures, it's that is a broader request than, or could be a broader request in other circumstances. Again, which could include just an overall taller penthouse height. So I think it's important to recognize with some specificity what is being requested here with these overrun structures.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen.
Thank you. So I'll go to Mr. Karantonis. I did want to ask one question myself. Looking at the slide we have in front of us, so if you brought the penthouse floor height down from 23 to 15 or something like that, would that, or to the height of the other floors, would that result in a significantly less overrun of the height limit?
Could you, I think you're asking if we were to, what we would have to do to avoid the single elevator overrun would be to lower the last floor of service by that 13 feet. So the idea here is that the elevator is servicing that floor. And so that floor and the elevator would have to come down 13 feet to comply.
So when you say that floor in that sentence, do you mean the penthouse floor?
Yes, the mechanical floor, yes.
Got it. Okay, well, for my own part, the ability to access the mechanical is more attractive or seems a reason that's distinct from the penthouse piece. So I don't know if there are any other questions on this. Mr. Karantonis, did I see your hand up or no?
No, Mr. Chair, my questions have been answered in the course of the discussion.
Okay, well, I think I would on this. I don't know if there is I have a desire to see the Planning Commission's concerns put into condition. And so I'm happy, I believe, and I don't know if there's any other thoughts of colleagues as we try to move towards a conclusion on this issue. But I would like to see the Planning Commission's ideas moved forward. For me, I guess one last question for staff: does the view corridors, if we get on the record the discussion we've had, and then the view corridors being open, as in some of the drawings we've seen from the applicant, that doesn't address all concerns, but I wonder if limiting the precedent and also requiring that there would be an agreement after per the Planning Commission's suggestion. Does that mitigate any of your concerns on the precedential impact of what we would be doing in this case? I guess it's for Mr. Cullen.
So, I would just say generally, I mean, while the peaks and valleys policy is informed by the priority view corridors, it does apply to the entire skyline and all views from the observation deck. With respect to the Planning Commission motion and recommendation, although our recommendation has not changed, there is some additional design guidance in the sector plan, specifically with respect to the design of building tops and penthouses, and specifically to and sort of incorporate the design and bring up the quality design of the main facade and integrate that to the building. So, there is something we can look at that, but I think does that get to your question?
Sure. Well, then I think we have a couple of other issues that are out there. I would like to just surface for consideration. I believe the clerk has an amendment that I have shared that seeks to actualize the Planning Commission's ideas. And so I wonder if you're able to share that briefly. And we don't have a main motion on the table. I do feel it appropriate to try and share at least this in concept, so that there's a moment where we can all look at it. That highlighted section is part of it, and I really appreciate staff working with me and us to try to address this. It's a revised condition 62, and I see Mr. Dorsey, your hand up.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, for me, ultimately, the issue is going to be whether or not the board seeks to support the staff recommendation, which is to not allow the overrun, or if willing to entertain it, whether or not this is the right way to do it. And just from my read, this will allow there to be a post-approval process for staff to administratively look at proposed treatments for the overrun and to decide whether they are appropriate. And I'll say, for me, the language as I read it indicates that it could include consideration of what the applicant has put before us, or alternative treatments that are somehow developed by our staff. And I think that's appropriate. I would say that if this is the route that's chosen, that instead of trying to completely hide this, because you can't, from the observation deck, for example, you're going to see it. So the question is, what do you see? And hopefully staff would default to the side of making it as appealing as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So what I suggest we do is so that's background. I suggest we move on and try and wrap up some of the other areas and move towards a motion here quickly. I believe the other areas that we have are student generation, which I think Ms. Crystal, you wanted to speak to, and there are three other areas, but I think that they're sustainability, housing, and transportation / Fort Myer Drive. I know we each will have thoughts on those, but I also think that we may have some agreement on those three other areas for your planning purposes. So I would suggest we go to Ms. Crystal, and then if colleagues might think through whether we could do work through sustainability, housing, and transportation in relatively shorter discussion. Ms. Crystal.
Thanks, Mr. DeFrente, and I'll try to be brief. I think there were some great questions raised by the Housing Commission, and just wanted to turn our attention to those student generation factors, which are higher on this project, I think we should say, than we generally see in a largely market rate new development, particularly the 64 elementary kids and then another 25 at the high school and middle school levels respectively. So I wanted to ask our staff two questions. First, assuming that's instinct is right and those numbers are a little bit higher than we would generally see. Is that because of the on-site committed affordable units, which we know tend to generate much higher numbers of students, and I would hazard is a good thing for committed affordable homes for our students? Or is it just the sheer number of students that gets us to the number of kids associated with this building? So that's one question. The other that I'll ask now, so as to not prolong this, Mr. Berkey noted that these would be students coming into APS, but I did want to just sort of gently push back at these idea that they aren't necessarily new students to APS. One of the things we've certainly seen with previous committed affordable projects is that many, even most of the projects of the families with students moving into new committed affordable apartments already have those kids enrolled in APS. Still really important to be in touch with APS, as I know you all are, because if those students move schools, that has implications for planning. But I do think that's important to note, right? It's a difference of our APS families maybe having a new or in some cases more stable home relative to this idea of like importing new students from other jurisdictions entirely. So I did wonder, I'm always so interested to see that, which we can really only kind of get post facto after a building is leased up and we know who the students are, but whether there was anything else you all could share, what we're seeing from other new buildings, CAF or market rate, about whether APS families seem to be coming from elsewhere in the APS system or whether the students are new entirely to APS. So numbers in this building, is it CAFs? Is it the sheer number of units in the building? And what are we seeing with other projects in terms of what percentage of the students are already enrolled in APS? Thank you.
So I can respond to the first question, and I would preface that by addressing the concern raised by the Housing Commission, which is, consultation with APS. And I just want to clarify that those student generation numbers are those are provided to county staff from APS staff, and that utilizes their methodology. And I think to kind of directly answer your question, I would say it's probably a little bit of both. My understanding of the methodology is they do factor in committed units within a project, and that does have an influence on the total number of projected students. With respect to your second question, that's a little bit harder to answer in terms of the broader context. Actually, would you mind restating that?
Yes. Are we gathering any more information about new buildings leased up and APS kids moving into them, about whether those kids are already enrolled in APS or whether they're new to the APS system as well as new to their homes? Does that make sense? You may try again. I may not be being clear.
No, I think it does. I guess that would be difficult for me to answer, and I think that might be a better question for APS staff.
Okay. I know housing staff has collected this in the past, but I think it's been specific to CAF's projects. So it may be a question I can put to housing as well as to APS in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal, and thank you for surfacing Mr. Berkey's sort of asking a little bit more and helping us understand a little bit more Mr. Berkey's points. I think we're ready to get a motion on the table. We will still, don't worry, we will still cover the sustainability and transportation issues. And just so Mr. Karantonis, you might have a flag. We'll go for, I propose we would go for a motion, and I believe Mr. Dorsey is ready to offer. And then maybe you can speak a little bit to some of the sustainability issues. I think, at least for me, I think some of the concerns we may share. And so first we'll go to Mr. Dorsey and then Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to do this efficiently. So I'll move that the County Board approve item 41, which includes sections A through D, and they come from staff reports dated 119 with a supplemental of 122 for items A and B. For item C, staff report dated 113, and item D, also dated 113. I'll summarize them briefly. A is to recommend approval for the request to rezone the subject site from CO Mixed Use District to CO Roslyn. 2, this is B, to recommend approval to amend site plan number 1 for all the details contained in that staff report. However, it would be with condition language number 62 that reflects the amended language that you just offered on the screen, Mr. DeFerranti. For Board Report C, that is a recommendation to approve a request to vacate portions of public street and utilities easement, and also portions of a public street and utilities easement for various sections affecting North Fort Myer Drive, parallel to Wilson Boulevard, and those details are contained in the board report for item C. And then D includes ordinances for 8 ordinances requests to approve encroachments for 8 different sections of the site. So that's the motion.
And I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for condensing a lengthy set of potential motion text. And thank you, Ms. Garvey. Did you want to speak to your motion at this point, Mr. Dorsey?
Sure. So the big change from what is the staff recommendation is to allow the elevator overrun. And as I've thought about this and very much benefited from the discussion, I think where I arrive at wanting to present the motion in this way is to be mindful that I am less concerned about the precedential aspect of this, given that we have established the basis by which we are considering this overrun. And I think it will certainly inform future conversations. But at the end of the day, it is a question of whether or not you allow it or you don't. And I think that the basis for not allowing it and the effect it would have on the design of the building and probably the need to go through an extensive process to reconfigure this building is not merited by the imposition that it imposes, quite frankly. And given that I feel this can be adequately dealt with in the design process for the 13-foot overrun, I do believe that in this instance, this limited instance, it can be allowed, recognizing that for people who are going to see this from any viewpoint, what is going to be better than it not being there at all is to see something that's visually interesting. And since that can be achieved, I'm happy to support seeing it in place.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So I am mindful that colleagues may want to do closing comments, but I also want to be open enough if there's additional questions. But I do, with your understanding, colleagues, Mr. Karantonis, did you want to speak either in closing or did you want to touch on the sustainability issues next? I think you're on mute. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to prolong the conversation. We have had a very thorough conversation about this building. I believe that it's, and I offer already part of my closing remarks. This building, delivers quite a set of public benefits that are very, very interesting, from affordable housing in place, in the mix of the building, completely diluted in the set of units in the building. It delivers the 18th Street corridor, delivers parts of urban design that we have been seeking for a very long time. It's part of our plans and our vision. On the sustainability, I have to say personally that imbalance, I will always think that we could do a better job here. I really align with the comments of the C2E2 Commission. And on the other side, I really receive in a good way, the commitment to resilience, to build a long-lasting asset there that will also adapt with the times and will be able to be part of, the built environment that will be carbon neutral in 2050, which is not so far away. So my question is, because that is a central discussion point, the electrification of this building. We've heard, and I'm asking staff and the applicant, which parts will be still fossil fueled? We heard about the HVAC system, or the cooling and the heating of the building. What else? And if something is still powered by natural gas, which is not so natural when it's fracked, what is the perspective of being able to change that after a reasonable life to electric to an all electric building?
I see Mr. Whitmore. Or why don't we start with staff, please, Mr. Cullen, and then Mr. Whitmore.
So thank you. This actually may be Mr. Whitmore's question, but I just want to be sure that the motion is capturing in addition to the alternative condition 62 language, the modification in the site plan ordinance that specifically has to be approved, which is to allow the up to 36 feet for a mechanical penthouse structure.
Yes, we'll show. I think. Thank you, Mr. Cullen. I also so we'll show again the language that's highlighted on this page, and then down one page there's additional language that is highlighted. Is that what you were referring to, Mr. Cullen?
That's correct, and specifically it's the highlighted bullet under the list of modifications of the site plan ordinance.
The intent of the mover was to include both of the modifications outlined in yellow.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen, for raising that up. That language is in that bullet is very important. I really appreciate it. Let's go to Mr. Whitmore, and I'm mindful for veteran chairs. I think we may need a second here, but let's go to Mr. Whitmore first.
Thank you. And I'll ask Mike Babcock to just very briefly touch on that item, if you would.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Electrification. So one of the things that we've been studying all along, and when we talk about buildings of scale, right, is carbon neutrality going forward, the relationship with the utility, electrification. These are big concepts that go way beyond the building itself, right, and making moves towards that process of carbon neutrality. So one of the things we are looking at is at scale, we have, fossil fuel based heating sources in certain areas like ventilation or supporting the HVAC system because of the scale of the building, right? Water source heat pumps. One thing we were looking at and is currently in place that's reversing that right now is we are looking at the domestic hot water, which is substantial for a building of this scale and a residential capacity. Moving to electric potentially. Also, the project is building an additional electrical capacity, which again, as the technologies evolve for more electrification, the building's ability to adapt to that scenario. So,
thank you.
Electrification perspective.
Great, thank you. So I just colleagues, I want to make sure. We have a motion from Mr. Dorsey. Did we get a second? And if not, can we have a second?
I think Ms. Garvey seconded.
Oh, thank you. I just,
Okay, I think Ms. Jacobs has it. Yep.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk, and Ms. Garvey. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just do some quick, concluding remarks here. Thank you, everybody. I found the commission's remarks very sort of on point and helpful, guiding us through this discussion. So I really appreciate that work. I think it's a cool building. It's a beautiful building. I like the pleated aspect. I'm really pleased that we've got the 18th Street corridor moving along. The on-site housing is great. I'm pleased about that. And thank you, Ms. Crystal, for bringing up the point that I think is so important that we remember. Everybody assumes that the children in the building are like all new and additive. And the research in the past has shown, as you stated, that that's not the case. Most of those students are coming from already in our schools, and it actually just gives them a better living environment, which actually improves their education just from that. So thank you for bringing that up. And I think, as I've stated earlier, the elevator overrun, I understand the issue of precedent, whatever. I think we've made it really clear that it fits with, it's not blocking those priority view sheds, that we think it is, something that's all right. We've got some conditions worked in. So I'm okay with that. I don't feel like that's a damaging precedent that we've set. And then the one precedent that I actually have been concerned about, and I think we've sort of solved it with the condition that a third of the building has to have the planters on it, was basically these very pretty pictures that are, ended up being kind of misleading. And people kind of thought this looks really cool with all of these green plants all down it. And it turns out that's not really what's planned. So that is one precedent that I want to make sure is sort of clear here, and anybody in the community listening, when they come to us with projects, those pictures have got to be really what you are expecting to build. We can't build something that's aspirational and then people move forward being excited about it on the assumption that that's what they're going to get. That's just wrong. So that's the precedent I'm concerned about with this. And I think we've made that clear, and I'm hoping we don't see that again. So it is lovely, and I would like to see as many planters as possible. And if it ends up that top roof, it ends up making it a little bit of a green roof, is the way to best approach dealing with the extrusion of the elevator shaft, I would be fine with that. And with that, I'll just conclude. Thank you. It's a good project overall. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. I'll be brief. You've heard me share the degree to which I'm a little torn about the elevator overrun issue. Ultimately, I'll support the motion. I will say I hope we're not finding ourselves in this situation again for many future Roslyn projects. The sector plan allows for pretty extraordinary heights, and I hope that we'll see future projects avail themselves of them, but not bring forward additional disagreements about extending past. That said, it is a tremendous project. I'm glad to see the on-site affordable units. I think as we continue to dramatically build our portfolio of affordable living in Arlington County, it's a situation where we need everything we can get, right? On-site, as well as CAF buildings in denser areas, in less dense areas, and so to see a building this lovely and this important to the skyline and urban design of the community, also contributing homes for our neighbors, is very heartening to me. So I am delighted to see it, and I appreciate the architecture here as well. The efforts to really integrate the church while also giving it its own place of prominence are quite lovely. So look forward to seeing it move forward, and I'm prepared to support the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just brief concluding remarks. I really appreciate our chairs of our commissions, as well as all of our public comments. But Ms. McIntyre, I think we want to be really clear that we updated our green building policy, and we are, 60 days away from the time when we will be reaching a higher standard. And we talked about that, and mindful that we have to get to 2050, and very concerned that even last year with COVID, we saw that one of the hottest years on record. So we're aware of that, and we need to continue to work towards the sort of renewable energy that we did over a year and a half ago with Dominion and Amazon. So that's a point taken, and we got to recommit to that. I appreciate Planning Commission's thorough work through of this, and happy to incorporate the two main suggestions. On Mr. Berkey, I really appreciate the APS point, and we'll underline I'm glad that staff and APS staff are working together. I will say that the question of are we asking for enough is one that we will be revisiting over the coming. I hope we will be revisiting over the coming year or year and a half. We always want to make sure that we're getting affordable housing and all the community benefit that we can, and some of that is a Arlington issue, and some of that is a slightly broader issue that we'll have to continue to work on. So those are my concluding remarks. Mr. Dorsey, are you good, or are we ready for a vote, or did you want to add?
Colleagues, you have all said it so very well. I don't need to do anything other than associate myself with your beautifully spoken remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is on Mr. Dorsey's motion, which included the language that we showed, that the clerk showed. And I'll ask for votes individually, starting with Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFranti, I vote aye as well. The motion passes 5-0. The project, the motion is approved. We will now, we have one more item, and I am mindful that we may have a few people ready to speak on it. It is a critical item. It's vaccines. We do need a short break. I think all of us will be better board members with a short break. So I'd ask, how does coming back at 12:50 work for everyone? Okay. Just to our public who's been waiting, I did try to delay to 10 o'clock and then 10:45. We will be back at 12:50. Apologies for the delay, and we will take up this issue and have staff presentation on vaccine distribution. See you in a few minutes. Good afternoon. Welcome back. We are ready to take our next agenda item. Madam Clerk, could you read our next item for us, please?
Item number 45 is a memorandum of understanding dated January 13, 2021 by and between the County Board of Arlington County, Virginia, and the Virginia Hospital Center, Arlington Health System for the duties associated with the administering and administration of COVID-19 vaccine for the public.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. We will start with Mr. Manager, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I wanted to do is start off and have Dr. Miller provide a little bit of background about the Memorandum of Understanding itself, what it means and why it's relevant. And then turn it over to, Aaron will turn it over to Dr. Varghese for a broader explanation of where we stand in our vaccination efforts. And I may interject at times, and I know that you'll all have questions, so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Miller right now. Aaron?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. A pleasure to be with you today. As the manager mentioned, we've got a number of specific items that we continue to work on to combat COVID, and a large part of that in the last 4 to 5 weeks has been the ability to administer the vaccine. And while Dr. Varghese will get into particulars about that, I wanted to provide some context for you regarding the MOU that is before you right now. So first and foremost, as has been the case throughout this declared emergency, the manager has certain authorities and responsibilities to be able to take immediate action, to enter into certain agreements, to, as you have allowed, speed up the process. As you know, and as we have updated the public, we began to receive vaccine late December and rolled out plans to be able to administer that vaccine as soon as we had begun to receive it. Part of that was entering into this agreement with Virginia Hospital Center, which would allow expanded access. And so the ratification is important for a few reasons. The first is obviously it formally ratifies the agreement that was signed by the manager and allows us to have that formally recognized under the board authority. Second, this is going to enable us to complete the second dose administration as we continue to move forward, and Dr. Varghese will have more information about that. Third, you'll note that the MOU really is similar to our testing MOUs that we have carried out with other partners. It is broad and provides us the ability to use this MOU when we do have further supply increase, right? So this lays the foundation for us moving forward. When supply does increase, we'll have the ability to use this as an example in some other places. And then fourth, you may have seen this week that the Biden administration issued a number of executive orders. Those executive orders did a few things specifically for COVID, but important for us, one, it is going to expand the federal footprint and resources dedicated to coronavirus. Why this MOU relates to that is because when we carry out certain emergency activities, we have to obviously document and appropriately carry out those activities so that we can demonstrate, one, to FEMA that we are ready to go, right? And so should that assistance be headed our way, we have everything formalized, the I's dotted and T's crossed, so that we can begin to engage with them on the planning process, demonstrate we're ready, and then have it for the necessary reimbursement paperwork and everything that's associated with that, with the state and federal government. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Varghese to give an update about where we are currently.
Thank you, Dr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I want to first, I think, acknowledge to everyone that I know it's beyond frustrating, it's downright scary for many of us, including me, about the change and uncertainty with vaccine availability. I think we just need to acknowledge that. And I know many of us, including me, are looking to the vaccine as the glimmer of hope in our lives of our loved ones and ourselves to get us to the end of this pandemic or COVID-19 nightmare. Unfortunately, the vaccine situation continues to change. And so, as a reminder, we started in Northern Virginia, including Arlington, entry into phase 1B on January 11th, 2021. Literally, it was just, we're at the end of 14 days. And part of that was a partnership with the Virginia Hospital Center to help with the 75 and older, for example, population. And within a week and a half, the state informed the whole Commonwealth it was shifting to a per capita allocation by health district region, which are locality geography based versus health center system based. And the primary reason for the sudden change is, one, people need to probably hear this again, and it's just like the state is only receiving 110,000 doses of vaccine per week for the whole state. And in the 2 weeks going from 2 health regions in the state being in phase 1B, that's the northern region, which is all 5 health districts in Northern Virginia, and then Southwest Virginia. Within a week, all 5 regions, and by next week, all 5 regions, will be in phase 1B. So suddenly, we're no longer special in a sense. Everyone is now at the same place. And so while they may have allocated some more vaccine to this region in the first week and a half to 2 weeks, they can't do that anymore. And they have gone to a per capita basis of allocation, which I think should not surprise anyone that if that's the case, the amount of vaccine available to different groups is significantly lower. The per capita allocation for Arlington, regardless who the provider is, just based on locality size, is roughly 2,750 doses per week. And what the hospital was doing all appropriately when they had its initial allocations and so on in between us, between their sites and our site, we were probably averaging about 3,200 doses per week. So we ourselves have seen a reduction in that allocation. And what the state is really doing is now trying to ensure that each health district is in charge of kind of making sure that the resources are allocated within the district in a certain way. Healthcare systems cross districts, so they're trying to put districts in charge for the sole reason the whole Commonwealth wants one direction of bias rather than healthcare systems and health districts and so on. And rather than keep balkanizing the doses of vaccine, kind of making sure that it's in one coherent plan per district. So unfortunately, I know people were surprised by the hospital's decision, but they know best about what they can do with their existing resources. And as Dr. Miller has said, this is a very important relationship because when there is more vaccine available, we want them to be able to assist with us so that we can get out the vaccine as much as possible. We have had the capacity to do at least 1,000 per day, as hopefully our recent 2 clinics for the childcare and K through 12 have demonstrated. So we have the capability, but obviously without the vaccine, we're unable to do more than, now it'll be 2,750 doses, and that will be more than we've got before, but we have the ability to increase and add appointments there. We are waiting for the lists and having staff go through the information from Virginia Hospital Center so we can see what the true number of people that are 75 and older from Arlington to figure out a way to now incorporate them as quickly as possible into the scenario. I've got more I could say, but I'll leave it there for the moment and take questions.
Colleagues, questions? Go ahead, Ms. Garvey.
No, that's fine. I'll just ask the question I think that we've gotten the most from people is my appointment's canceled. Now what? Do I go to the top of the line? Do I have to sign up again? So what should people do? And what should they assume they'll hear?
So what I can tell them at the moment is it really depends on how many people signed up in the system. We had heard originally that up to 12,000 people registered, but if they're not all 75-year-olds, because the system could see other people, and it was the hospital system vaccine, there was no transfer of vaccine from Arlington to the hospital. They were doing what other health systems were doing, appropriately scheduling whoever they could, but they were committing to also helping with the Arlington population. We're looking to see how large a population of Arlingtonians that were 75 and older were in that group. Depending on how big or small that is, then helps us determine how quickly we can get them in. And the goal is for that group is to do it within roughly the order that their appointments were. I mean, there will be some give and take because we can't reach people. We're not going to wait 2 weeks before we go to other people, but the goal is to get them incorporated. And the problem is the state system that we have doesn't communicate with the EPIC system that the hospital has. So we also have to figure out how to collect or recollect the medical information that they went through the first time. So that's one of the reasons why we just can't do it without proper medical information, because we could end up having a problem, not because we don't know what to do. We don't want to bring people in inappropriately if there are medical concerns and so on. We want those things to be done appropriately. So that's why we haven't blanketly said just switch the appointments, because we still need to know how many appointments we're dealing with. If it's a small enough number, hopefully we can get this resolved within 3 weeks, but it depends on what that denominator is.
That's very helpful. I didn't actually realize how very confusing it was for us to have to handle all these different listed information systems. So if you're is it fair to say if you're 75 and older, you're a priority, and right, we will be reaching out to you as soon as we can, which will be 1 to 2 weeks, hopefully?
Hopefully by the end of the week, but we do need to make sure that we don't want this to happen again. Okay, so we want to make sure we get it right, and the county is working on this as a whole team, because this is not just my staff can vaccinate, but we also need help with the IT issues and so on to make sure we do this the proper way. And I think a number of people recognize, I know that friends and family were helping a number of these individuals get into the system. So we need to figure out ways within the county, and I know the county's been working on it. Dr. Miller may be able to talk a bit more about that, but we know our Department of Human Services staff are thinking about how to reach out to people and so on. This was going on even before this situation, because it's not easy if you don't have technology or fast facility with technology to get registered in these systems. So that is just one of the things that this needs to be done. And I know everyone's working as many hours as possible to do this. My staff are still working with things today and tomorrow. So I wish I could just solve it like that, but we also want to get it correct.
No, yes, I understand. Thank you. That's really helpful. I would say half the people who have contacted me have been doing it on behalf of somebody else who's older. It's a lot of those folks. Thank you.
So I actually thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Schwartz, you can go ahead. We do have public comment on this, and so I apologize.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to have Dr. Varghese and Dr. Miller just take a minute, because I think that this is going to be important. The hospital allowed signups through an extended period of time. And Ruben, I want you to just take a minute and explain how long we offer signups for, because there's a lot of this has to do with expectations, and sort of just to clarify that.
I'd be happy to. So when we were having very limited supplies, we would only put out schedules a week or two in advance, because we didn't want to give people appointments only to drop those. Part of the reason why the state went to what it did, they wanted to try to provide a minimum for each jurisdiction, however it allocated. So now that we have a little bit more guarantee, we're going to be extending the schedules a little bit further, probably for a 3-week period. And we have to do it by invitation. This next week, I've asked them not to go beyond this week so that we don't put the 75-year-olds at a disadvantage going beyond this point. But I don't want to sit on vaccine this week to try to figure out a plan. It seems to be the most reasonable compromise, but of course I suspect reasonable is going to be in the eye of the beholder. We want to get vaccine out, and I'll be happy to review who the priority groups are again, but we're not going forward with any new priority groups till we can integrate the 75-year-olds into the existing system, so that that's just what we need to do. Our plan had been VHC would do the 75 simultaneously. Now we have to do both of those groups, the essential workers and the 75-year-olds, and make sure that we have enough slots so that people can sign up over time, because we don't have more than 3,000 doses. It's actually a little bit less than that per week.
Thank you, Dr. Varghese. Mr. Schwartz, did you want to cover anything else, or are we ready for public comment?
I'm not as familiar as I think Aaron and Ruben are as to what the approach Virginia Hospital Center took, but I've heard from a number of people who said they had appointments scheduled out over the next several weeks with VHC. And I'm not going to comment about whether that was the best or worst way to approach, but I wanted people to understand that we're inheriting something where we have taken a different approach, because I think one of the hardest things to do is to tell a person you have a slot and then take it away. So I don't know, Ruben, if you wanted to amplify.
Sure. Okay. So one of the things, obviously, and maybe this was a subtlety, the hospital system had more than just 75-year-olds in their charge from their own supplies. So what we were initially hearing is it could be anywhere from 10 to 12,000 appointments. We are not responsible for the majority of those things. What we were, the only relationship that we as a health district have are for the Arlington residents, and honestly, it should have been Arlington residents 75 and older, because we have not gone beyond that in the demographic portion of it. So I think staff may be receiving the information today, and then they have to look through it, and then we have to see how are we going to contact these people. As I said, if it was 10,000 people, we can't have an immediate solution in a day. If it's 3,000 people, we may be able to come up with something faster, but obviously, given the age group, and we know people have said they needed help, we need to make sure we can do it in a fair way. And the plan is, whenever it happens, is to go in order of their appointments with the Virginia Hospital Center to incorporate them into our system. That is my desired goal. That is the plan of the staff as a whole county, but we have to actually create that mechanism. And as I said, we have to also make sure we get the medical information that we need, because that can't be transferred over. So I don't think the number is going to be 10 or 12,000 people from Virginia Hospital Center. However, until I know for sure the exact number, I don't want to commit to a timeline or a solution, because staff need time to make sure that that works appropriately.
Thank you, Dr. Varghese. I think we've sort of surfaced some of the issues, and want to be mindful of our public, some of whom have been waiting and want to go ahead with public comment. And unless there's, so we have 3 speakers on this item. We'll go to Madam Clerk. I want to read the first speaker.
Our first speaker is Tina Grande, followed by Noelle Sampson.
Ms.
Hello,
Grande.
yes, this is Tina Grande. Thank you. Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me? Okay,
We
yes.
can. Go ahead.
I have a question. Okay, I am not the only person in this situation in my neighborhood of Arlington who has brought an elderly parent who is widowed or widower and needed to be with family during COVID, who do not live in Arlington County. They are not a resident of Arlington County. In my case, I have a 90-year-old mother who is with us. She was registered to get her vaccine at the Virginia Hospital Center, and it was canceled. I am very concerned now that she will be unable to get a vaccine because the state is requiring that Arlington give it only to Arlington residents. I'm speaking not only on behalf of myself, but of many neighbors that I have who also brought elderly parents who were alone to come live with them. And they don't want to send them back until they're vaccinated to their homes. How is the state or the county going to help people who are in this position?
Thank you. We'll take all 3 of our public speakers, and then we'll seek to return to the conversation and try to touch on your question once we've heard from all 3 of our public speakers. But thank you for raising it. Certainly understand the urgency that you're expressing, Ms. Grande.
Okay, our next speaker is Noelle Sampson, and I'm not seeing Ms. Sampson in the room, but I'll just make sure. Noelle Sampson, are you here? Okay, I'm going to move on to Michael Leahy.
Okay, I am here. One of my biggest concerns, well, let me just state first, I'm a member of the Arlington CERT, the Community Emergency Response Team, and I'm also a member of Our Lady Queen of Peace. And as a matter of fact, I served over at the Walter Reed site yesterday in the morning session. And of course, our job for CERT was basically to make sure everyone had appointments before they went inside the doors. I was there 4 hours, had about 35 to 40 people show up who were trying to see if there was a wait list, because there had been a wait list before, and obviously things changed. My concern about this, and I think the good doctor has sort of answered it. I personally, I'm in 1B because I spent too much money at Virginia Hospital Center. I have a piece of tube in my chest, and not to mention 2 titanium knees. So I'm a bionic kind of guy. More specifically, though, I'm in part of a privileged group that has access to technology and a little bit of education. I think that the doctor has answered my question about making sure that other groups, such as the Hispanic community, which has been suffering twice as high a level of infections as their proportion in the community, and others have access, and that you're doing an outreach to them, which would probably have to be outside of technology. That's my only comment. I appreciate you giving me the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leahy. Each of our speakers, the conversation is now with the board. And what I'd propose that we do, I want to loop back to Mr. Schwartz to see, or Dr. Varghese and Dr. Miller to see if there's any other big picture items you want to touch on. I guess I just want to frame, again, sort of along the lines of what Dr. Miller mentioned. We have the MOU, which is a specific way to make sure that we partner. And that covers our partnership to this point, but also going forward with Virginia Hospital Center. That is a specific item that is posted. And then we have vaccine distribution as a whole, which is priorities, frankly, 1, 2, 3, and 4 for all of us. And then we have what Ms. Garvey, you really lifted up immediately. What does this mean for me and my parents who are over 75, or my grandparents? And what does this mean for the other people on Virginia Hospital Center's list? The big picture answer to that question is that we are going to contact the people on that list over the coming weeks as fast as we can, in order of their when they're loosely in order, and to the best extent possible in order of when their appointments were. So that's just context, just to try and summarize, reiterate. And I guess I would go to Mr. Schwartz to see, and then Dr. Varghese to see if there are items you guys want to touch on.
I'm actually going to ask Ruben to address the specific question that we got from the first speaker about, someone who's living with them and is above 75. And then I think that actually, like Dr. Miller and Dr. Varghese, talk a little bit about how the process is actually working right now, because I know everybody is very, very anxious to get signed up and get in the door, but to actually walk through what happens when you are signed up, because we have been vaccinating people. And so I'll turn it over to you first, Ruben.
Okay, happy to. I don't see, to the first caller's concern, I don't see that being a impediment, because they are living in Arlington. Obviously, helping them through the process and having you come along with them would be probably the easiest way to ensure that goes smoothly. So I don't anticipate it being a problem. And that's something that I'm expecting the departments to help us with in that sort of process. One of the things I do want to talk about before going on to the process itself is, I know people have been, I want to remind people of what the scope of this problem was, and then also showing very briefly kind of like what our throughput has been, so that people know that we're not holding on to vaccine, except in the situations of getting ready for the following week. I am hoping, are you seeing a PowerPoint presentation, I'm hoping?
Yes.
We
okay.
are.
All right. So I'm going to, yes,
Yeah.
I'm going to, yeah, sorry, I just needed to make sure. So you've seen this before. I've cleaned it up a little bit. We are presently still seeing anyone in phase 1A in the healthcare worker segment. One of the things that the public is not aware of is that a certain amount of the Virginia vaccine is trapped in the federal program that is working through CVS and Walgreens to get to the long-term care residents. And until that's completed, any leftover doses there cannot be released. So that is one of the pots that, until it gets accounted for, in a sense, it could look like not all the doses have been used. As a reminder, on the essential sector side, police, fire, hazmat, corrections, and homeless shelter workers, and childcare pre-K through 12 workers are currently where we're at. And I know one of the speakers had talked about, you know, if they hadn't already been through or loaded up, staff are working this weekend to catch up on any things that may have come in that they haven't been able to get to upload to the CDC VAM system. And so to Mark's point, in summary, as the manager's point, is that when we have employer groups that have sent and are eligible, their staff members, we load their emails into the CDC Vaccine Administration Management System, which then sends an email to those individuals saying they can now register within that system. We are not using the scheduler in that system, and we make a point of that in the email to say, please don't look for our clinic in that, because if we had put it publicly, then anyone in the region, including from DC, Maryland, or if they wanted to travel from Georgia, could come to the clinic. So that's why we send a second scheduler to have people register for this. And so that is where we are currently, reminding people that originally the 1B category on the at-risk population side had only 75-year-olds and the corrections and shelter residents. 75-year-olds, according to the census data from 2018, would be roughly up to 9,900 people in Arlington. The 65-year-old and older and 18 to 64 with chronic medical conditions used to be in 1C. When you add those individuals in, the 65 plus is an additional 15,000 people, so that's so far 25. And if you add in the 18 to 64 using national data, half of the population in that group would have some sort of chronic medical condition, which would add another 75 to 80,000 people. So without any increase in vaccine, which is one of the hard things, you know, people can ask questions about, but that is the reality. At the bottom of this slide, you'll see, and part, I realize maybe the color scheme wasn't the best, but since we first received doses at the end of December through the yesterday, we received 5,100 first doses from the state. And as of yesterday, we have actually used 4,560 doses, close to 90%, which is what we were aiming for, so that we always have enough supply to go into the beginning of the following week to not have to cancel clinics that we've committed to, because the supply comes in either Monday or Tuesday, and we feel that's too much of a margin not to have some ready for the next clinic day. So, and that's actually a pretty darn good percentage compared to most places in the state. So when people physically, getting to the next part of the manager's question, when people actually show up for their appointment, we ask people not to come any earlier than their time slot because they have to stay outside. We're trying to maintain social distancing and not have crowded conditions. So I think people need to realize, unfortunately, I know people are worried they're going to lose their slot. We're not letting other people in ahead of their time. So please come at most only 5 or 10 minutes before. And we're currently doing our vaccinations at the Sequoia complex near Fort Myer, which is the DHS and Arlington Public Schools campus. And we're actually grateful to Arlington Public Schools for lending us their space on the first floor, which is even bigger than what we had in the basement of the DHS building. And people will then be checked. They'll first confirm that you're on the list. Someone will check a temperature to make sure that maybe you shouldn't be there for that day. Because obviously we don't want people to show up sick, because we don't want people to spread germs and also just to take care of themselves at home. Once they're in line inside, they will then go to one of the registrants to fill their or finish their enrollment in the Vaccine Administration Management System, or VAMS. Then they're sent to one of the vaccinating stations. We have a capacity for at least 16 vaccinators. If we need that many, they're all appropriately spaced 6-foot distances and beyond the other stations. And they confirm who you are. They talk you through the process. It really takes 2 to 5 minutes at most, because if you've completed all your paperwork, there's really not much to talk about with the vaccine, because you've already done your consent form online. And then after that period, you're escorted to the observation area, which is also 6-foot distances, to make sure that there's we're minimizing the risk of any transmission. In this entire process, everyone is wearing at least a cloth face covering. Staff, of course, are wearing surgical masks. And so once you're done with the observation period, then you're allowed to leave. If you're someone who has a history of certain allergies, we will watch those individuals per CDC guidance and FDA for 30 minutes. So that is the process. Mr. Manager, is there anything that I may have left out that you wanted me to talk about there?
Nope.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Great. So we'll go to questions, and we may eventually, I noticed, Dr. Varghese, you have a couple of other slides, but let's see if first we can take questions and then come back. I think I saw Mr. Dorsey first, and then we'll go to Ms. Crystal and Mr. Karantonis.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I think my moment has passed, so I'll yield for now. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll certainly go around. And so, Ms. Crystal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have one very tactical question for those Arlingtonians who may be in the population of 75 plus who had a scheduled date with VHC and are now alarmed to find that they don't. And then I want to just ask a question about prioritization. So first, I just want to say, it's so stressful to folks who were planning on a date for their vaccination and received that email. I think every single one of us feels that acutely. I know our partners at VHC do. The fact that this is a national crisis, the headline on the front page of the New York Times today is that hospitals are getting their supply cut off, may give context, but I'm sure actually it doesn't make it any easier for an individual who is now in a place of being afraid and angry and uncertain. And so just want to start by acknowledging that. I know you've talked already a little bit about what folks could expect, that we are going to be in touch when we have more to schedule, which may be a little while because Virginia Hospital Center was scheduling a little further out than we were. I know that there have been issues with trying to get through on our phone lines. So, can we would it be right to ask folks to sort of help us out by giving it a few days before you call, for example, for more information? Is there somewhere that you could send an email and then wait, right, to just sort of say, I'd like to know that Arlington County has my email address from VHC. I think what folks are really eager for, well, what they're most eager for is an appointment, let's be clear, but short of that, what they're most eager for is a touch base, some sort of proactive information that tells them, I was in the system at VHC and somebody's aware of me now in Arlington County. What asks do we have for them in terms of staying a little patient? And then, as time wears on, if they haven't heard from us, what's the best way for them to make that contact? That may be a Dr. Miller question or a Dr. Varghese question, I don't know. Or maybe a Mr. Manager question.
No, well, because Aaron is anxious to speak, I'll give him the opportunity.
Well, I'll start, and I want to express the same sentiments that Ms. Crystal just expressed, that we understand this is frustrating. And I want to let everybody know that this is a whole of government approach, that there are departments and agencies across the county that have been brought in and are bringing forces to bear to be able to assist our residents and support public health in being able to get the vaccine to them. I'll just lay it out for you. I just got the email that shows that we received this list this morning at 10 o'clock. And so, you know, that's public record. It's in my email. People can FOIA that email to make sure that we got it. And that list does contain several thousand individuals in it. And so staff are today and tomorrow, as Ruben said, Dr. Verghese said, going to be going through this list to figure out what the data looks like. This is the first time we have laid our eyes on it. And so as we dissect that, we're going to be able to provide more information. Right now, the best that I can say is we are going to be in touch. And that is all that I know to say. Ruben?
I agree with Ms. Crystal's comments. I agree with Dr. Miller's comments, and it reflects what I had said before. I know people are anxious. I was answering emails from people who know me in the system well into 11:30 last night, and I know it's very scary. We're going to do our best to be in touch as quickly as we can. And as I said, the goal is to under-promise and over-deliver, because trust is always a hard thing to extend to someone. And so I want to make sure that we have the correct information, make sure that what we have is the 75 and older, and that we get to those sorts of decisions so that people experience the least number of barriers. And as I said, beyond this week, the allocations will be made to include 75-year-olds as well. I didn't want to say we're going to start on Monday and create chaos and have people worry that they aren't in the proper order and so on. So I know people care about the order as well as quickness. So I want to make sure that we're trying to honor the information that Virginia Hospital Center has sent us, and staff can go, all right, here's what it is. Those with phone numbers versus emails, there will be, different sort of ways to communicate with different groups. And so that's what we have to figure out as a county, hopefully no later than Monday or Tuesday to start that process. But we do need them time to look at it.
Yeah. Thank you both. I actually find that really helpful. And I hope that anyone who may be listening in will find it helpful as well, too. And so I think, if I might try to translate that to folks, if you can give us a couple days before you call that hotline, before you start sending the emails, the team is triaging that information. I think you heard Dr. Miller say, starting at 10 a.m. this morning, that there is going to be more information, that we've got your data, as well as following up in the coming weeks to schedule, we hope, a replacement appointment. But if you can hold off on calling those hotlines maybe in the next 24 hours, that's going to give the team the time to triage if they can. Okay, so the other question I did want to ask was actually the one you just went to, Dr. Verghese, which was about prioritization. And I wonder if it might even be helpful to put up that slide again. Thank you for sharing that. I think what is a little frustrating, I found it a little frustrating anyway, I'll speak just for myself and not put word in anybody else's mouth, was that we saw news out of, I think it was the CDC or the Secretary of HHS a few weeks ago saying, great news, we've quadrupled the number of people who are in 1B now, right? And there was no concurrent increase in vaccine. And so especially as we've seen our supply really constrained, having this large group of folks within these areas is challenging in terms of managing those expectations. I had seen a stat yesterday, and Dr. Verghese, as you were describing how our numbers build, I think that could be right, that actually as much as half of Virginia's population is actually in 1A and 1B. I don't know whether that's true or not, but I think gives a sense of this. So I think while we had all really hoped that we would not be in a position of ranking, folks on the basis of age or chronic medical condition or job, it seems almost inevitable that we have to. And certainly we've heard from some folks very concerned, for example, that APS teachers were quote unquote ahead of childcare workers. And I suspect that's going to continue, right? To those with chronic medical conditions, where do they fit relative to a healthy 65-year-old, et cetera? Is there any further insight you can share about how, if at all, we're thinking about these different tiering activities and how we will continue to think about them in the weeks to come? Because just getting through 1A and 1B at the relatively low rate of vaccine we're getting, I mean, we're going to be in this for a while.
Unfortunately, very well said, Ms. Crystal. And I share your assessment. So the prioritization that you're seeing here is not something that was created locally. This is what roughly the CDC, I just framed it this way, but this is how CDC and Virginia has been thinking about this. There is an actual order. That's why the semicolons here for, say, for example, the essential sector workers. Let's pretend everything was working. They did say that the reason for the prioritization was if there was limited supply, you extend the offers to these employer groups in this order. So police, fire, hazmat, corrections and homeless shelter, childcare workers in pre-K through 12. We have actually in that respect extended a lot of things to the known childcare in pre-K through 12, but some may have gotten in things slowly. And then when our system crashed from all of the interest, we are catching up from some of that. There is that reality. And then of course the rules changed as well. And so we've got those things. So these were all established by Virginia as within the essential sector group, the order in which to invite the essential worker group. And the same thing that happened on the at-risk population side where we increased the volume of people, well, the state decided to move continuity of government staff, which was formerly in 1C, now up to 1B. And one of the joys and privileges of Arlington will also be one of its headaches, because we have a lot of people who are in government service, not just local government. We have state and federal folks, agencies who are in these areas. So we will possibly be in this phase longer than some other places in the state. And I've had to explain that sometimes people go, well, other parts of the state seem to have already offered it to certain groups. And as I used to be in a rural health district called Three Rivers in Virginia. Our police category would not be as large as what we've discovered here. I mean, we have over 2,000 law enforcement officers that we're dealing with in the police sort of category. Those are not all Arlington Police Department individuals. And we are not parsing, we rely on the agencies to decide who's essential or not, because that is not something that we have any capacity or ability to do, because that's really up to those agencies. So whereas our food and agricultural group is going to be less, but there is a presence. So that becomes some of the realities is, while these are general principles, each jurisdiction or the health districts that are multiple jurisdictions will have different sizes of these populations, and let alone within that, then the level of uptake within each of those categories. So this was predetermined. The good news is I've gotten emails, they're asking for our input saying, I think they're trying to move the governor towards making more of a designation. Are we right now only going to focus on like whoever we've gone through, and then maybe just you start with 75 and finish them, and then are you doing 65? So I think once again, the bane of our existence in some ways is the changes that keep happening almost every week. I suspect there's going to be more direction on how to do this and be more consistent across. Because what I don't know yet still is if, let's say you really knew all 75-year-olds and everything else was done in your jurisdiction, will they allow that health district to move into 1C, or are they going to say, fine, then you're staying in 1B and we're going to reallocate vaccine to other places? Those are policy decisions that are not at our control, and that will be at the state level with the governor.
So before I
Unemployed-
yield, and I'm sorry, I really don't intend to do too much time. I just want to make sure I understand this. So within those categories, the ones, this is really helpful, the ones separated by a semicolon are discrete, right? We try to finish or at least get to as many in the one and then we move to the next. Within those, if folks are having the experience of saying, well, why am I being quote unquote prioritized higher or lower than somebody else, right? If I'm Capitol Police who happens to live in Arlington, where would I fall relative to Arlington County Police Department? If I work for a private child care center, why am I being quote unquote prioritized relative to an employee of APS? The point is sort of at that point, there's not prioritization being decided. We're just trying to get everyone through as rapidly
Correct.
as possible. Okay, that's a really helpful clarification. Thank you.
So when we did other childcare groups and other schools, we just did a massive upload of what we had available at that point. And just like with the healthcare workers, we did the big systems first. Anything we could publicly get to, worked with our partners in the county and elsewhere to say, get this message out as an employer, send in your list. And then we did a massive upload that unfortunately crashed the system. But just like with the healthcare, we have gotten stragglers. We'll keep adding them. And then, of course, then the rate limiting step is, are there appointments? Now we have the wrinkle that we now have to add it, the 75-year-olds in that same way. And so that's why we're trying to make sure that people understand that. I think this could also be helpful related to your question. And I apologize, Mr. Chair, I thought that this could possibly help people understand some things a little in a table format. I listed the 5 companies that Operation Warp Speed had contracted with to pre-purchase doses of vaccine once they got through the FDA process. So doses that they secured, if it all went well, the numbers look wonderful. 200 million doses of Pfizer, 200 million doses of Moderna, 100 million doses of Johnson & Johnson. That's the vaccine that only needs 1 dose. 300 million of AstraZeneca, and the Novavax, 100 million. More than enough for the American population, because we don't have this many Americans, but they decided to purchase that much vaccine ahead of time because they knew there would be some time to make this happen. However, to get how many have actually gone through the FDA emergency use authorization at this point? Only the first 2, Pfizer and Moderna. The others are still in clinical trials. So these doses, even if they're ready right now, completely inaccessible because we are not going to provide in the country a vaccine that has not been vetted to be safe or effective. And then finally, available dates. All of those doses were done over time. So both Pfizer and Moderna, initially the government only had bought 100 million doses of each, and they were supposed to deliver it throughout the first quarter. Because of things, they actually decided to purchase additional doses, another 100 million of each, but those are also going to come throughout the quarter, and they're not supposed to officially, they'll be in breach of contract if they don't do it before the end of June 2021. So that's maybe another way to look at it, that the plan was good, but if you're going to actually want safe and effective vaccine, you can't rush that portion of it. And those companies have not still actually have not applied for the EUA. So
that's very helpful. Ms. Crystal, I think that we'll come back. We'll do additional questions. I see Ms. Garvey with her hand, and Mr. Karantonis.
I think Mr. Karantonis might have been first, but I guess I've got the floor, so I'll go ahead.
Takis, my apologies. We'll go ahead, Ms. Garvey, and then we'll get to you.
Okay, yeah. And I just, I think maybe because we'll go around, just one kind of quick question on the list that Mr. Miller got. That's the list from VHC of everybody that signed up, correct, and their information. I think that's what you just got at 10 o'clock, and we have to go through that list. I'm guessing from what you said that we're going to need to go through, we're going through it actually manually, that it's not something we can just dump into a computer system. Is that correct?
That is correct. There will be a very large manual element to this because it is we've got to be able to delineate some of those columns and then put it into the format so that when we can upload it into systems that it accepts it. Because as Dr. Varghese mentioned, uploading into the Vaccine Administration Management System, the CDC system, can be done in bulk, but it is a very finicky and particular system. We have learned that if one or two characters are off, or for instance, if there are duplicates, then it does cause significant problems. And so while we do have some machine readability and ability to sort of sort those things, we do generally have to go manually through and check.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I'll pass on. It's just so people understand what you all are dealing with and what you do. People don't they think, well, what's the matter? You got the list, you put it in, you're done, right? Because we're used to being able to just push buttons and get things delivered and everything else easily. And this is a different thing. So it's helpful for me to understand that, to explain it to people. Dr. Varghese, did you want to say something?
And the other part of the manual part is for those who don't have the IT skills, if they only had a phone number, for example, we're going to have to make those phone calls. That's a very manual process. We're not going to do a robocall and so on. So we don't know how many have that situation. And we know, as a number of you have mentioned, we know people who help family members, friends to register in those systems. So that's part of the manual work that we in the county are going to have to do, not only for this group, for any other 75-year-olds who have not, for example, registered yet, and so on. So creating those, that will take time, because the CDC system is very technology based, and we can criticize it, but it may be, it's the best they can do in a national emergency, and now we have to locally adapt our systems to be able to help enfranchise more people. And so that does take people resources and doing it in a sensitive way.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And I presume people are probably working on it right now as we speak.
They're looking at that and trying to get those other people uploaded. So there aren't necessarily multiple people who have these skills. So
yeah. No, thank you. I'll just point out, I mean, people are working flat out all weekend long to do this. And these are people who have been working flat out probably since February last year. So thank you. And, thanks a lot. Okay, I'll pass and let others ask questions. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Garvey. And I think that your last point is helpful, even if it's not at all easy as we're trying to work flat out on this. So Mr. Karantonis and then Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Varghese, thank you for all the care that you're putting in. I understand that all your team is working very, very hard to adapt to the situation, to make best of it. Quick question. So some of our of the patients of the Virginia Hospital Center have received their first dose, and in the cancellation, quote unquote cancellation notification they got, I understand that this group has been promised that their second dose appointments will be upheld and that they remain confirmed. So how do we understand that? Who is now liable to provide these vaccines, when and where?
It's a very good question, Mr. Karantonis. So the cancellations actually only are happening for those who next week. So there are no new first dose appointments at the Arlington, I keep saying Arlington, Walter Reed site, where the Virginia Hospital Center was using our space to provide this. They have committed to finish the second doses for the people they've done first doses for over the next 3 weeks for those individuals. So none of those individuals should have received a cancellation, as we know, from Virginia Hospital Center. The only people who are getting cancellations are people who are scheduled for their first dose clinics starting next week and going forward, however long that was in the system. So that was, if that helps to clarify things.
Yeah, which I understand, just to make sure, because I had, like everybody here in this round, long hours yesterday. You had the longest. So Walter Reed will continue operating just for the second shots for as long these are, slotted, put in the calendar. So that will continue, correct?
That is my understanding. Virginia Hospital Center has committed those doses. They have the doses for those individuals. So we're trusting that they have that all correct. They are very capable of doing that.
Okay, so that's still all under the VHC. So back to the MOU, and just a small footnote. I think I completely align with Ms. Christensen and Ms. Garvey's notes. It is important at some point, asking for some patience, but also important at some point to confirm to people that they are in the system, that we have their data, so that they don't have this additional stress that, something happened on the way to the from one system to the other. So the second thing is here. So this MOU today is about what will happen and what kind of resources we will be mastering together with the Virginia Hospital Center the moment that the flow of vaccines will begin to be adequate for the demand that we have, so when we get these vaccines. So there is a cost associated with that and some other practical decisions. With regards to the cost, I saw in the MOU that FEMA, we expect FEMA to cover a percentage, 75%. Do I understand it correctly? Or basically, what other cost liabilities may arise for us, for Arlington? I understand that the vaccine is paid by the federal government.
I'm going to defer to Dr. Miller, who has popped up.
Sure. So actually, when we crafted the MOU, that was prior to this week. And on Thursday of this week, the Biden administration released an executive order that is still in the works, and we are awaiting formal guidance from FEMA. That executive order outlined two important factors for costs that are borne by Arlington County. The first is it enables full federal funding for state National Guard troops on Title 32 orders. So normally, when we request support from the state in certain National Guard support, so whether that was testing, for example, that we did late last year, or in other areas of support for logistics, whatever it may be, we have an obligation of share in those costs. The Biden administration's executive order indicates that the federal government will now pick up 100% of those costs. The second key aspect is that you mentioned 75% cost share. Depending upon the cost, the dollar cost or the thresholds met, there is a 75 or 80% federal share and a 25 or 20% local cost share. Prior to the end of the calendar year, we had used some of our CARES money as our match to be able to move forward and fully fund either testing activities or other COVID support activities. The executive order indicates that moving forward, it will be a 100% federal cost share disaster through at least September 2021. So this is, can I say, very rare. The last ones that I can remember were Hurricane Katrina, as a matter of fact, and the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act changed some of that. So like I said, that was just Thursday. We are awaiting guidance from FEMA on what this means, but we do anticipate that moving forward, there will be a very large federal capital outlay in both advance reimbursement and reimbursements to support the hiring of contractors, medical staff, the types of support activities that I think you're asking about for vaccine administration.
So in addition to the effort now to inoculate the population, we may even ramp up, and it would be desirable to ramp up also the testing volume and frequency, right?
Right. And generally, so some of the costs that were outlined that may be borne by the county would be eligible in the MOU, would be eligible under this and covered under 100% federal reimbursement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Dorsey, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, this has been illuminating. And look, let me just preface by saying that, you know, it's incredibly striking to me that the medical marvel that was the delivery of viable and efficacious vaccines within a year, you know, in many ways has been subverted by an ultimate systems failure in distributing vaccine to communities and the logistics surrounding that. And that systems failure, you know, we've all discussed the root causes and all of that, but Dr. Varghese very much reflected in the slide that you put out. And just to make very clear, while guidance has allowed for up to half the population, as Ms. Crystal noted, or by the numbers you provided, Dr. Varghese, 105,000 Arlingtonians to be eligible to be on that priority list, we're not going to have vaccine available to serve that level of population until the end of June. That's the fundamental systems failure that we're dealing with. We've created community expectations that you can get in line, yet we do not have a path to actually serve all of that demand. And we can't fix that. There's nothing that we can do to mitigate that. We just have to roll with it. And so I appreciate, given all of the issues with VHC that we've been talking about, that you're doing your level best to figure out how we minimize the disruption and the disappointment and the concern and fear that exists in our community. That's the best we can do with that. But I am wondering if maybe our role in trying to fix the systems failure is from a communications standpoint, to help people understand all of these important considerations and to have a clear understanding about how to process the news and the guidance that they're getting from each and every way. Maybe that's our local role, and I don't really have the answer as to what we do differently or what we do better, but it seems like at some point, as we're trying to fix this mess or deal with this mess that exists, maybe perhaps we can lean into our role to more effectively help our community understand it all. Just love to hear your thoughts on that.
I'll start, and I think I'll let my Mr. Manager go first.
So, Mr. Dorsey, I mean, you hit on what I think is always the most difficult part of any crisis, which is what we're in the middle of. How do you communicate? And, you know, the mantra, which I'm looking at Ms. Garvey because we've sat in enough sessions during last year, communicate, communicate, communicate is what you're told. And so that's what we should be doing. The problem here is that the information literally is changing by the minute. But I think that's an absolutely fair statement. I've been watching Nextdoor literally blow up. Listservs go crazy. We have pushed out information to the best of our ability. Maybe, Ms. Crystal wants to talk a little bit about the Complete Vaccination Committee, which met on Thursday night, and what we're doing. But, the information that we've circulated here, I think, paints a portrait of us doing our best, but still chaos reigning. And I think that even since we've started, I continue to see messages from people who shockingly are not listening to this session. I don't understand that, but I guess they have other things to do. So we're working with our communications and public engagement team to push this through as many networks as possible. But I have to tell you that the real challenge here is going to be person-to-person communication. And so I guess maybe, I don't know if the protocol is correct here, but can I send it back to Ms. Crystal to talk a little bit about the Complete Vaccination Committee? Is that all right, Crystal?
I'd be happy to take that if the chair will indulge.
Sure. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say I think this has been true of Arlington County for a long time, and I think we've certainly seen it throughout COVID, is that we unfortunately live in two communities here, right? We have a group of folks who are incredibly empowered for the better, who know where to find us, know where to participate, can figure out how to work sign-up systems. And then we've got a group of folks who have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19 who are not in that category. I really appreciated the gentleman who came from our CERT committee to raise that exact issue. I mean, you all have seen our disparities, our tracker that we've made public with the information, you know, that we are seeing our Latino population in particular suffering from COVID at rates twice their numbers in Arlington. Interestingly, other minority groups don't seem to be affected by the same disparity, but certainly the Latino population. And so this is what the Complete Vaccination Committee is about, trying to reach the folks who probably aren't sending an email to the board members or the county manager or to our director of public health directly. I think what we are finding, as we met again this week with the Complete Vaccination Committee, which for those who haven't followed previously is a repurposed version of our Complete Count Committee for the census and comprised of trusted members of our most vulnerable community populations. We met again on Thursday, and I think what we have heard very clearly is that these things overlap. And so if there is the perception that vaccine is not available for those who want it, that can make it harder to persuade people whom we hope to persuade to take the vaccine when it is available. And so, you know, these things are incredibly important. I don't want us to lose sight of that population while we are focused on those who are in such frequent communication with the county board. And that's what that Complete Vaccination Committee is for. It was great to see some press for their work in El Tiempo just the other day. And so I hope through that format, as our speaker said, it's just so important to reach out through ways that are not emails and the county's listserv of those who receive press releases, right? So whether it is Spanish language media, whether it is WhatsApp chats and threads, whether it is signs on doorways. And then the last thing I'll say, just a tactical piece that I've been glad to see, Elizabeth Hardy, one of our demographers who has liaised throughout with the Complete Count Committee and now working with the Complete Vaccination Committee, has taken a look at some pretty extensive Pew survey data from December about the likelihood of different demographic groups, be they on the basis of race, national origin, language spoken, gender, and age, where people are least likely to identify an interest in taking the vaccine. She has mapped that against what we know about our populations in Arlington and come up with probably about between 6 and 10 high priority neighborhoods for doing that outreach. They are by and large the same ones that we saw with the Complete Count Committee and reaching people with the census. And so there will be some geographic based outreach as well.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I think, Mr. Dorsey, you may have had a follow-up, or is that a vestige?
No, yeah, just, you know, I think the challenge for us, and I don't have any answers, I'm just surfacing it as something that we need to consider is, you know, in many cases, this is not an issue of we don't have information to get out. We have too much and conflicting and non-contextual information. And our challenge is to make sure that everybody in our community, of course, focusing on people disproportionately affected by COVID, case races, hospitalizations, and deaths primarily, but really the need exists for everyone to figure out how to provide the right and timely messages for them. And again, I don't have the answer. I'm just surfacing it as our challenge that maybe we can affect locally.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So you're right. There's a lot of information. I sort of come back to, we put out a statement on Monday of this past week with respect to the numbers of how much we could do and how much we are receiving. And we've had last night an email go to a number of people. And so the questions that Ms. Garvey, you asked of what does this mean for me? And Ms. Crystal, your point of we are sorry you're going through this. We know how anxiety producing this can be. We've had that happen last night. And so, you know, those 2 points over the next 24 to 36 hours, we can then consider communicating. But your point, Mr. Dorsey, is really right. We want to communicate the right thing. And as Dr. Miller and Dr. Varghese have said, over deliver, not over promise and under deliver. So, you know, I think we have a question as to the next 24 to 36 hours communicating going forward. But it's not going to, but your point about the great demand, Mr. Dorsey, is still going to be true, that we have greater demand than we have supply. And so we'll face that challenge. I'll go to Ms. Garvey. I know that Dr. Varghese, did you want to mention something, and then to Ms. Garvey?
If I could for a moment, I think the one thing I would ask you to think about, all of you, in your elected capacity is, as I said, the governor is thinking about how to do the prioritization and all of these things. Part of the conflicting problem for the Commonwealth is when you see different people interpreting things different ways, it makes it very confusing to go, well, how can one region be here, one region be there? And so a way that could be rational would be, until the whole Commonwealth has gone through X, you don't move to the next thing. However, that means that applies to us as well if we're done, because you could allocate resources to the places that are behind and maybe even shift resources to then make it happen so that everyone's boats are lifted at the same time. Because if you have childcare workers still not getting something in a rural area, but we're all the way to continuity of operations, for example, or vice versa, I think that creates a tension for folks as well, going, I thought we were all in this together. It's an observation. It's not easy to do, but it would actually make the communication piece, in one sense, simpler in one sense. This is who is right now, versus when you're done, you can move to this next group.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I've been thinking about the message. So I wanted to check, can people still register on our website as they could earlier? Can they still continue to register to be signed up, that we will contact them at some point? Is that correct? That's still open to do? So we can tell people to do that, which is great. And then I really liked Ms. Crystal talking earlier. I mean, I think a lot of the message right now has to be just, please be patient and wait a little bit. I think, to me, to some extent, the message, we do know what we're doing, but the problem is that we're in a situation, I find myself thinking of, that saying that, they keep moving the goalposts. Well, here I feel like they're moving the goalposts, they're switching out the equipment, and the rules keep changing. And that just happens daily. And that's why, we keep trying to communicate well, but it ends up being a mess, because what we're communicating is, we're in chaos, and what we're communicating is the chaos we're in to try to keep people up to date. And that's probably not the most helpful thing. So I'm sort of thinking bottom line is, please register. People will be served in turn. We are working things through. We do know what we're doing, and we will get back to you, but it is chaotic right now, and we're working our way through it. Something like that. Because I find myself, I try to explain too much, then it just, because it's a confusing situation, just adds to the confusion. So I toss that out as an idea, and we do, I know, need to get to a motion, but we do need to keep communicating. So how to communicate clearly a chaotic situation is a challenge.
Sure is. That's helpful. I do think we will get back to you is of the list of messages that you just described. We will get back to you is an important one. But I also think Ms. Crystal's on to, we need that couple of days so that we can work through the data to get there.
Be patient. Yep.
Yeah, which is another one of the ones you mentioned. So I see, let's see, I see Ms. Crystal, your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do actually have a very literal question. Speaking of communicating, was just hearing from a constituent. We focused a lot on the 75 plus, that 1A or 1B, but top of 1B category. He had alerted me that VHC had also been taking registrations for people 16 to 64 with chronic conditions. We talked about those a little bit, folks who used to be 1C and 1B. Let me admit that I hadn't realized that VHC was also giving appointments to folks in that category. What, if anything, can we as Arlington County say to folks who may not be 75 plus, but did have an appointment with VHC that has been canceled? Same guidance as regarding the 75 plus, or different guidance?
Good question. That is different guidance, because we only were going 75 and older. So we do have the pre-registration site, as Ms. Garvey has pointed out very well. And so they can go to that site, but we have not moved to 18 to 64 chronic medical conditions because that would be right now. That was not the plan here within the district. Health systems had more latitude.
I see. Thank you. The only other question I had is a little bit longer term. I think, again, one of the goalpost moving, multivariate factors, et cetera, is that when people look across states, they see health systems playing different roles. And I can give an anecdote, right, which is that my parents, who are in the category, they're not going to want me to share their ages in this public meeting, got vaccinated through the Duke Health System, where they live in North Carolina. And people I know are seeing neighbors, family members, friends in other systems. Do we know from conversations with VDH if there is ever a plan to try to return to a shared responsibility across health districts, which is to say local governments, and then health systems like medical care providers, be that VHC, ANOVA, the others? Or is that an unknown?
No, it's a very good question. No, that is still the long-term plan. And in many ways, our MOU with Virginia Hospital Center is a reflection of that understanding that when there's more vaccine available, it's all hands on deck to get it out. But the problem is with limited vaccine, the distrust happens when it's like, well, it seems like some people are doing this and some people are doing that. And technically, they're both correct. But that really makes people get upset. It's like, wait a minute, what's the rule? Is it because I have access to a health system versus a health district and so on? So when you have limited vaccine, I think what the state has done is, okay, look, let's stop dividing it into little pots. Some places we're sending it to pharmacies and private doctors' offices. Well, how do you as an individual find out which pharmacy has 30 doses, which doctor has 10 doses? We've made the decision, and the state has followed in many ways. It's like, we know how to set up big clinics and be effective and efficient. And until there's more vaccine, let's, between healthcare systems and health departments as available, set up systems that people understand the rules as much as possible. But as your colleagues in Hampton Roads wrote to the governor, said, even the health districts sometimes are different. That's why VDH is trying to see if there's a way to get the governor to say, this is the plan that everyone follows, because that would make it so much easier if you say it's only through childcare and pre-K and only through 75 at this moment.
Thank you, Dr. Varghese and Ms. Crystal. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, real quick, I wanted to know if Ruben could speak to, because we've been getting the question about what we did for teachers last week and what our plans had been and how they're going to be continue to be incorporated in the vaccination process.
Sure. So we did a special event for the childcare and pre-K through 12. One, to first of all, hopefully demonstrate to the public that when push came to shove, we can actually do it. I just have not tried to do very many of those because you don't want to put a lot of staff on notice and then they get sad if they can't actually have high throughput, especially if there's no vaccine. We cobbled together those things to be able to have that much vaccine. And so childcare and pre-K are still invited for whenever there are appointments available. What we've been telling them is keep looking at the website or the Eventbrite calendar that they've received, and as appointments that are added, and they keep getting filled up. So everyone is still, who's been previously invited, still has that option. We're now just figuring out how to also add the 75-year-olds into that same mix. So childcare and pre-K through 12 who already have the invitations can continue to look for appointments. And as I said, staff are working this weekend to catch up on any things that may have been submitted after the system broke down to be able to get them into the system as well. I apologize that that's just the way we have to do it, but we don't have that many staff who have this ability to load them into the system because it has to be done a certain way and so on.
Thank you, Dr. Varghese. I want to move, I do have a couple of questions myself. I want to move to a motion on the MOU here shortly. So colleagues, if one of you is willing. First, I just Dr. Varghese, the 89% of first doses, that note in your is a huge is a very good sign for me. 89% of the first doses we've received have been already administered. So I'm really pleased to see that. And then with respect to Mr. Schwartz, what I will want to understand a little bit better over the coming days is I know that this week, past week, we received 1,400, and next week we will receive 2,750. There's, we'll want to understand because you had some doses from Virginia Hospital Center as well. So I guess the question would be if over the next coming days, probably for Dr. Varghese, we'd get a better sense. We'll have more time to get a better sense of relative supply because you now have supply going straight to us instead of going to VHC and us. And so you see some increase and you see some second doses, but I know the big picture is not enough supply for the demand, but at least we have a little bit more certainty over the next 2 or 3 weeks, as I understand it. Is that fair?
Yes, that was well stated, Mr. Chairman. What we're going to be doing is staff are working right now to upload more appointments in the system for the Delta. We roughly do about 90% of the available doses to be able to make sure that we have enough to go into the following week, because as we said, we don't want to have to cancel anything because you've already seen what happens. Even if it was a temporary cancellation, you still have to do something with a group that you canceled. So we're trying very hard to balance that and going as close to the margin as we can with that. And right now we're going to 90%. And so we'll increase the appointments appropriately so that we can get to that to cover the 2,750 or so appointments over the 1,400 that we used to do. And so that will add some more capacity, but the problem is people have to realize if Virginia Hospital Center was doing some and we were doing some, between us, we were doing about 3,200 doses. We're actually about 450 doses less than that. So the child care group was up to 15,000, and we know we have not fulfilled their desire yet, and we still have the 75-year-olds to put into the system. So we anticipate there will be that those slots will all be filled, and we still have law enforcement agencies that are starting to go, oh wait, we'll upload. So the goal is to have actually about 2,750 appointment slots roughly in the system all of next week. And then, as I said, we don't want to publish a schedule for the following week because then that means the 75-year-olds don't get a chance till at least 2 weeks later. We're trying to avoid that. That was not our intent originally, but it was no fault of anyone in one sense. And so we have to figure out a way to make 75 of each group happy.
That was very helpful and quickly shows how it can get complicated. And because we also have, you have the 2 locations and then you have the number of first doses and then a few second doses that are going to continue. So we'll come back to that. But first, colleagues, we have on the narrow issue of the MOU so that we can continue to partner and be ready to partner in the future to address some of the areas where we know we need to focus, which is 22204 as a zip code and our Latino and African American residents in particular to make sure that we're focusing where there has been most cases and most serious health consequences. Is there a motion or a colleague who would like to do the motion on the MOU?
I'm happy to do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Crystal, thank you.
All right, I'm moving approval of the MOU, which is attached to the staff report dated January 13 of this year between us, the County Board of Arlington, and Virginia Hospital Center, Arlington Health System for the duties associated with administering and administration of COVID-19 vaccine to the public. I further move that we ratify the manager's execution of the MOU, which is also attached to the staff report dated January 13th, subject to approval by the county attorney. And finally, penultimately, we authorize the county manager to designate the location of vaccination activities to be provided under the terms of the MOU and that we finally authorize the manager to enter into additional MOUs using the same template, which is attached to the staff report in Exhibit B, with other entities for provision of space for pop-up vaccination events consistent with the terms of the template MOU.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any comment? Mr. Schwartz or anyone, any colleagues? I think we're ready to move forward. So I'll ask for a roll call vote, and I'll start with Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti votes aye as well. The MOU is approved. Just want to offer a thanks to Dr. Miller and Godspeed, working with the biggest spreadsheet that we can know of. And also a thanks to Dr. Varghese and Mr. Schwartz. Colleagues, any comments before we close? Ms. Crystal.
At risk of prolonging us on a slight detail, speaking of people being in touch, this is a great point that I think really bears some airing before we leave the topic entirely that I just received from someone. I think we can probably assume we've just told a bunch of seniors who are, we know from our police work, high risk for being targets of scammers, that somebody will be calling them. And so I think this is a great opportunity, and want to thank Mr. Habarger, who just emailed me this, to say that seniors should know, and the manager I'm sure could correct me if this is wrong, but we will not be calling, the county will not be calling to ask you for money or personally identifiable information like your Social Security Administration number, or anything else. If it seems fishy that somebody's calling you for information that it doesn't sound like the county should have, please do visit our website or call our phone number, which is 703-228-7999 before giving out any personally identifiable information over the phone. So be safe in terms of your information as well as your health.
And that the vaccine itself is not for sale.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I think Mr. Schwartz feels we've covered it. Unless you had pieces to add, we are mindful that we have to make sure we help those most vulnerable in our community. And with this disease, some of those most vulnerable are over 75. And so we will be working flat out to try and address these concerns. We also do ask, in addition to that urgency that we're working with, for as much patience as you can possibly muster. And so caregivers, please try and reassure those who might be concerned, and we will be in touch. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. And Madam Clerk, is there any other items to come before the board?
No, there is not.
Not today, so we are in recess until 3 o'clock on Tuesday. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.